I think we're still waiting for a couple board members. I don't see Jessica Brody on here yet.
Yeah, I just went to try and message her because I need her to kick it off and do the
Yeah,
roll
that's
call.
kind of what I was thinking. So I don't see Jessica yet. I think Jim Yon is not on here. I don't think Heather's on yet either. Let's give it a couple more minutes. Okay, we have Jessica in.
Hi, sorry, I had another meeting this morning.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Okay.
Hey,
Morning.
Jessica,
Yes.
I'm going to hit you with it. Can you do the roll call to kick things off of the board?
Sure.
Okay, perfect. I'll let you know when.
Okay.
Yeah, I still don't see Heather Dutton or Jim Yon on yet.
Okay. So you want to give another couple minutes?
Let's give it a few more minutes just to give them a chance to hop on. It's just 9 o'clock, so or a minute after. So let's give it 2 or 3 more minutes.
Sounds good. And Viola, do you have a list of people who have signed up to speak for public comment?
There are none.
There's none.
And Jessica, I have a plan to sort of handle that anyway to make sure it's in the record that we gave the opportunity.
Great.
Guys, they're in the waiting room. Apparently, that's the text I just got. There's Jim.
Jackie, do you know if Heather was trying to get on?
Yeah, she said she's in the waiting room too. Do you not see her in there?
No.
Maybe she's on yesterday's link.
Yeah, that could be. Can you text her?
Yep.
Thank you. There's Greg Felt.
Hey, Dan, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Did you ever get all squared away on your boat and frame stuff?
No, not yet. Maybe after the meeting, let's chat, but let me know if you ever hear of anything.
Well, that's the reason I'm asking. It's like downriver now. They're booked out through September building frames.
No way.
It's just nuts. I have guides who need new boats this year, and they can get the boats, but they can't get the frames.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah. So, yeah, let's talk.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Hey,
need,
Viola.
frame, I have the boat, trailer, all that
I
stuff.
think,
Okay.
could you call Heather and see if you can help her? I don't know what's going on. She's obviously having some trouble.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I'm just not sure how to help her because I've
I'm
used
gonna
the knowledge
I'm gonna
this morning.
send her the link directly and see if that helps. We'll do that.
I'll call her. I'll call her too. So keep
Okay.
doing that, V.
All right.
Hey, Amy, I have a question for you too.
Okay, in that downriver queue,
Um,
I'm getting a new frame.
we're good. Give her 1 minute. She's gonna retry the link.
Great.
Here's my question, Amy. You said something yesterday, I can't remember what it was, that just made me think that this rulemaking probably wasn't going to take 3 hours.
I don't think it will take, well, I guess it depends on how spirited your questioning of the presenters are, but everyone is aligned around the draft rules from the staff. All the parties support the rules as drafted. So I think if they've gotten themselves organized, you're likely to see some, I'm going to handle the biology side, I'm going to handle this side, some coordination among them, but I don't think it's going to take 3 hours.
Yeah.
We don't need to be like oil and gas and take days.
With the first day, all public comment.
Yeah.
Okay. Just planning my snow shoveling today is all.
Yeah, I've had to been planning my dog walking.
Well, if it snows the whole meeting, let's drag this out.
Yeah, there you go.
So if
Maybe we meet until it stops snowing.
so if we end early, but we still don't reconvene until the agenda time for the public for a regular meeting.
I'm going to leave that up to Becky and Celine and Jessica to figure out. They're the sort of masters of the agenda.
Yeah, it'll depend a little bit on exactly what time we end. We may be able to just reconvene.
Gail, are you still doing your homework like I am?
Oh man, I'm up to here. I'll tell you, don't splash. Oh man. Too many balls in the air, as you well know, Mr. Commissioner.
Do we have Heather?
No, and we don't, and Russ George was having a problem too, so stand by. Sorry, I'm not sure what's going on with their links. There she is.
Great.
And I think we have all our board members now that are involved. If Russ will get in when we can get him in, I think we're
Russ is
okay
in.
to-
Yeah.
Russ
Just got
is in.
in.
Oh,
I did
there you
just get
go.
in. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I think we have everybody we need to have here, Jessica. So whenever you're ready, we're ready to go. Let me hit record here.
Okay.
And then we're streaming. So go ahead.
Okay. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of our January CWCB meeting. The first item on our agenda today is item 19, the rulemaking hearing to revise rules concerning Colorado's in-stream flow and natural lake level program. And the first step is to take attendance of our directors. So Director Felt, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Director Anderson?
Present.
Director Schwartz?
Present.
Director Trick?
Present.
Director Dutton?
I'm here.
Director Yang?
I'm here.
Director Brown?
Here.
Director Gibbs?
Here.
Director Mitchell?
Here.
Is Director Greenberg here today?
No, she's not on today.
Okay. How about Director Prinsloo?
I think Rob Harris is stepping in his place.
Okay, great. Director Ryan?
Here.
Director Weiser?
Not coming.
Okay. Director George?
Here.
Director Hawkins has recused herself from this item, and I'm here, Director Brody for Denver. So that completes our roll call. We are very fortunate to have Amy Beatty here as our hearing officer today, and she's going to lead us through this proceeding. Before I turn it over to her, I just want to note for the record that the directors have all received a number of documents in preparation for this hearing, which we've reviewed. We've reviewed the request for party status, pre-hearing statements, rebuttal statements, the written testimony that's been provided in advance of the hearing, as well as public comment. And all of that information has been reviewed and will be considered as part of the record today. And I believe at this point, Amy, I will turn it over to you as our hearing officer.
Thank you, Director Brody. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the rulemaking hearing to revise rules concerning the Colorado in-stream flow and natural lake level program. We're going to start today with public comment. Because this is a hearing on the record, we would like the public comment to be focused solely on this rulemaking. Public commenters will be given 5 minutes each. You guys will be timed and will have notifications about how much time is remaining. In order to be fair to everyone presenting, we will be closely monitoring people's time, and in fact, we'll be closely monitoring people's time throughout the day. And we'll use online tools that are available to us, up to and including muting if a party goes over their allotted time. So folks should be on notice to use those time guides. So for public comment, that's 5 minutes. The board will have a chance to ask questions of the public commenters. My preference is to have the questions come at the end of each presenter's remarks. We've made the decision to allocate a specific amount of time to folks and to stop and start all the time allocations because of questions is harder. So just want to make sure that sounds good. So it's a thumbs up on process for public comment, everybody. If problems, hit the chat.
Sounds good.
Okay, so now for public comment. Viola, do we have anyone who is present and would like to comment publicly?
No, we have not received any requests for public comment.
Oh, okay, great, thank you. In the event that somebody does pop up, if you would let us know, we can handle spontaneous requests with a decision of the board about how they would like to proceed. So we are now closing the public comment part of the rulemaking hearing, and we're moving on to the discussion of today's procedures. here's what you all can expect for the hearing procedures today. We'll first hear from CWCB staff regarding the proposed rule. That will be followed by all other parties to this rulemaking. For the record, 2 parties, the City of Aurora and Mesa County, withdrew from this rulemaking and they won't be presenting for you today. The remaining parties are the Colorado Water Trust, the Nature Conservancy, Trout Unlimited, Western Resource Advocates, along with the National Audubon Society and Conservation Colorado, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and the Colorado River Water Conservation District. Upon close of the non-staff parties presentations, we'll take a break. I'm thinking about 15 minutes. When we come back from that break, we will move on to closing statements. Colorado Parks and Wildlife and the Water Trust are the only 2 parties that requested the ability to make closing statements, so they have a particular amount of allotted time. Then the CWCB staff will present their closing statement. At that point, we will have the board deliberate. Once the board deliberates, we will then close the record and the board can vote on whether to adopt the rules as proposed by staff or some other version of the rules that may come up in your deliberations. I think one thing worth noting is also the board will have a chance to ask questions of parties, but I'd like to use the same process I spelled out for public comment, where we'd like to have the board hold questions until the parties' presentations are completed. However, if you guys really do have a burning question that can't wait, you should feel free to ask during their presentation. We'll just deal with the timing allotted to them because board questions are counted towards people's time. Director Brody will be handling the process for board questions. So she'll look to the chat and figure out who has questions of the presenters. And then as each presenter goes, we'll be able to question them and then move on to the next. I guess one last thing I wanted to share with all of you is that we didn't build executive session into the rulemaking, but it is appropriate if legal questions do come up to break out and go into executive session. So if you feel that there is a legal question, or if it looks as though I will need to provide you legal advice in order to answer a question you have, we have the opportunity at any time to go into executive session. So do you all have any questions or concerns about today's procedures? If so, drop your thoughts or concerns in the chat, or if you have a question or comment in the chat.
Seeing none.
Okay, fantastic. We can now move on to the CWCB staff's presentation regarding the draft of the proposed rules. And for the parties that are presenting, the Department of, we have a very special guest here today. I brought my paralegal, John Watson. He is keeping time. So he will actually be holding up cards that say 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes, and stop. I don't know if you all want to try and pin him, but apparently the only way that we can be sure that you can see him is if you adjust your settings accordingly so that you can find him and have him in front of you. And if you have more questions about that, I think Viola can answer them. Viola, can you tell people how to pin John?
Of course. So what you would do is you would get to his box that's on your view, and if you hover over it on the right hand side, there's a little drop down. You click on that and there's an option to pin them. So you can do it that way, but you would have to adjust that view yourself.
Okay, thank you. And it would also help if parties did their best to keep track of their own time if there is trouble viewing John's prompts for you. So I guess now we can move on to the CWCB staff's presentation regarding the draft rule. Off we go.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Beatty. Good morning. This is Linda Bassey with the Stream and Lake Protection Section. Before I get started, well, first of all, I can brighten your day by telling you that this presentation will take way less than 60 minutes. Before I get started, I want to thank the rulemaking team and acknowledge all the hard work that went into this. From CWCB staff, Kaylee White, contributed significantly on the drafting of the rules, the outreach, responding to comments. Kim Ricotta kept us organized and shepherded all these multiple documents for us. From the AG's office, Jen Mealy, Allison Robinette, and Mark Sarmiento all supported us on this rulemaking. And today, Kaylee White and Jen Mealy are available for questions from the board. At the conclusion of this hearing, staff will ask the board to take action by adopting the October 14th, 2020 version of the amended in-stream flow rules that was published in the Colorado Register on October 25th, 2020. We will also ask the board to adopt the October 14th, 2020 version of the Statement of Basis and Purpose for the rules. We will be referring to these documents during this presentation. They are attached to staff's pre-hearing statement as exhibits 5 and 6, and are also numbers 12 and 13 in the administrative record. If you don't have them handy, you can find them there. Next slide, please. House Bill 2011-57 was the impetus for amending in-stream flow Rule 6. Staff and most parties to this rulemaking participated in an extensive stakeholder process during the legislative process for House Bill 1157. The resulting legislation reflected stakeholder concerns, meeting the need for more flexibility for temporary loans while providing for a thorough, transparent approval process that will prevent injury to water rights. Staff also conducted public outreach on the proposed revisions to the rules and made many changes based upon public input, including procedural clarifications. Staff's written testimony summarizes the outreach efforts and responses to public comments. The parties to this rulemaking all support the board's adoption of the rules as published in the Colorado Register in October 2020. Next slide, please. So now we'll talk about the rule revisions. The rule revisions update references to the CWCB website in Rule 4C and update references to Colorado Parks and Wildlife in Rules 6F2, 7D, 8I3, F, H, and L, Romanet 3, and Rule 11C. Those are the non-substantive revisions to the rules that are being proposed today. We are also proposing revising parts of Rule 6 to comply with House Bill 1157's specific directives regarding temporary renewable loans of water to improve the natural environment, and to establish procedures for board review and approval of proposed temporary loans to reflect the requirements of House Bill 1157. Now we will walk through those revisions. Because I did not set forth each rule on a slide, I would ask that you refer to the October 14th version of the revised rules. Next slide, please. Rule 6K defines temporary, both expedited and renewable loans, and describes allowable uses and time periods for each type of loan. Rule 6K1 addresses expedited loans, including limitations on the use of such loans in subsections A and D, notice and documentation requirements in subsections B and I, staff responsibilities in subsections B and F, the CWCB director's role in subsections B, C, and F, and board review and action in subsections E and F. Next slide, please. Rule 6K2 addresses renewable loans, including limitations on exercising renewable loans in subsections A and H, the board process for reviewing, considering public comment, and directing staff on whether to move forward with proposed renewable loan in subsection B, direction on requesting a hearing on a proposed renewable loan, subsection C, actions the board will take when considering a proposed renewable loan to improve the natural environment, that would be in subsection D, and that it is specific language from the statute in subsection D. Rule 6K2 also addresses types of water rights and water activities that the board must consider when evaluating a proposed renewable loan for potential injury, and that is found in subsection E. It addresses actions that the board authorizes staff to take when it directs staff to move forward with the proposed renewable loan, including coordination with the applicant on documentation and notice requirements in subsection F, and provided that the state engineer determines no injury will result from the proposed loan, executing an agreement for the loan and taking any administrative action necessary to put that loaned water to in-stream flow use. That is in subsection G. Next slide, please. Rule 6K2 also sets forth the board process for reviewing, considering public comment, and deciding whether to authorize staff to coordinate with an applicant on applying to renew an existing renewable loan for an additional 10-year period. And that is in subsection J. Next slide, please. Now, Rule 6K3 contains specific language from the statute and provides that water rights loaned to CWCB pursuant to temporary loans are not precluded from concurrent or subsequent inclusion in a water conservation, demand management, compact compliance, or water banking program or plan, as they exist now or as they may be amended or created by statute. With that, we will move to Rule 6M. The amendments to Rule 6M address the hearing process for renewable loans. This process differs from the hearing process for other acquisitions of water for in-stream flow use, only regarding to whom and when a notice of a hearing will be provided. This notice procedure does contain the heightened notice requirement that's set forth in House Bill 1157 that lists specific entities that are required to receive notice in addition to the mailing list that we typically send notice to. Next slide, please. The Statement of Basis and Purpose is a document that is required by the Administrative Procedure Act, and it provides a roadmap to the rules revisions. Please refer to the October 14th, 2020 version of the Statement of Basis and Purpose. It's Exhibit 6 to staff's pre-hearing statement and number 13 in the administrative record. The Statement of Basis and Purpose describes and explains the revisions and additions to the rules. Sorry, my cat's trying to make an appearance. Next slide, please. Here is a potential post-rulemaking timeline based upon the board adopting the rules today. Staff has to request an AG opinion on the rules, Attorney General opinion. When the Attorney General's office issues that opinion, the final rules are then published in the Colorado Register. If the board adopts the rules today, and barring delays in the post-rulemaking process, the rules could become effective on March 17th, which means that staff could bring a request for approval of a temporary loan to the board at the May board meeting. With that, I am ready to answer questions, and I'll reserve the rest of my time for our closing statement and present staff recommendation at that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Are there questions of CWCB staff on the proposed rule?
Excuse me, Madam Chair, I did not put it in the chat. I have a question for you, Madam Chair.
Please go ahead.
I have a question for the staff, and it really goes toward a potential clarification or correction. And I'll just ask, when would be the best time to ask about that?
I think now's as good a time as any, Director Ryan.
Now is the time. Okay, thank you. Ms. Vassy, I do have a question, and it's really about wording used. If I look at the revised rules on page 7, and I hope you can pull that up quickly. And I just want to remind everyone that the Division of Water Resources is not a party in this, and we've been very satisfied with the process. But something I caught as I read through the revised statute and the rules. So I'm looking at the rule 6K2 Roman numeral I at the top of page 7. And if you'll note, the language says, shall provide the written notice required by section 3783-105 2B2. And Ms. Bassey, you're reading what I'm reading, right?
Yes, I am, Director Ryan. Thank you.
And that just caught my eye as I had read the statute again yesterday and read the language of the rule. And I believe just properly that should maybe say described in instead of required by. And the reason I say that is the basis of that rule seems to be in 3783-105 2A4C. And it uses the words described in. And when I look at the reference statute there, 3783-105 2B2, that gives guidance on notice for new applications for approval, as opposed to exercising a renewable loan. So I think the outcome is the same. You get the same notice guidance. And it just confused me when I first saw it because I hadn't seen anything in the statute specifically for notice for exercise of a renewable loan other than that reference. So I know that's a lot of citing different statutes, and I'll just point that out and I'll leave it to the staff to determine whether that's a helpful correction or clarification to put in the rules.
May I ask Director Ryan a question?
Please.
Director Ryan, could you just confirm, are you proposing that we replace the words required by with described in, or are you proposing that we change the statutory site?
I'm only suggesting that you replace the words required by with the words described in.
Thank you.
That seems to align itself with the statute.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does that provide the clarification you are seeking?
Yes, Director.
And yes, Madam Chair, that answers my question. It provides the clarification I was looking toward.
Okay. So my suggestion would be there may be other things that we identify over the course of the hearing that we make note of them, and then when we get a little bit later on in the process and we're ready to propose the motion for adoption, that we make note of the changes that are being identified for correction in the rule. Hearing Officer Beatty, does that make sense, or is there a better way to go about this?
No, that works great. And it aligns with where John Watson and I had gotten set up, which is that he has a Word document. He will make the changes that are described, add a comment bubble for who described them. And then when we're ready to begin to make some decisions, we can remind everyone of the changes that were suggested.
Great. And thank you, John, for your assistance in that.
He's our secret weapon.
Question from Director Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, just some clarification. I know we have deliberation later, so I have a couple questions on the proposed rules. Is this the correct time to ask them? Okay.
Yes, please go ahead.
Just checking. So on page 5, under 1A, expedited loans, the last sentence, if an expedited loan is approved, the applicant may not reapply for an additional expedited loan of the subject water right. Can you clarify, does that mean ever? They can never do that again? Or within a certain amount of time?
My understanding is that that means ever, that you can only exercise an expedited loan for a specific water right one time.
Okay, I just thank you for that. So I have like 5. Can I, do you have
Go ahead.
your permission to go? Okay, thank you. There's a few places where we, such as, 1B, section 2, or Roman numeral 2. Could we add, or what are your reactions to a proposed addition of including the ISF subscription mailing list as part of our notice process?
That would be fine. I think that is consistent with how we notice most acquisitions. And so then I believe that would mean that we would add all parties on the substitute water supply plan notification list established. Actually, I think it might work better to say all parties on the in-stream flow subscription mailing list and then refer to the substitute supply plan mailing list, since that has a lot of words after it.
Okay, and so it occurs again under 2 renewable loans, 2F Roman numeral 2.
I am grateful for John Watson's help today. Thank you.
And John, feel free to chime in if you need us to clarify the edit that's being proposed or asked about.
Yeah, if we could give the exact language again that we want to add there. I'm jumping around trying to make sure I'm flagging everything correctly.
So the first one was on page 5, number 1, letter B, Romanet 2. And Linda, do you want to provide the specific wording that you are suggesting, the specific place where that reference should go?
Suggestion to expedite this, which I think might help. Rather than, sorry, Linda, I think rather than wordsmithing these changes right now, what I think we can do is note that we would like to make them and take a moment perhaps before the vote where we could even put up on a screen a red line. It would give John a chance to talk to Linda about the exact language that would address Director Brown's concerns, so that we can make the note of the changes and actually write the changes and then kind of show it on a screen with the red line sometime later. And then that way we can kind of keep this moving.
That sounds good.
There's one final place that it happens, Linda and John, and that's page 8, 5D. So it should be 3 times, and I can put it in the chat if that's helpful.
So what page is that on, Director Brown?
8.
Thank you.
So that would be rule 6M5D.
Yeah.
Director Brown, did you have other questions?
I do.
No one else has chimed in, so why don't you keep going?
Page 6. Still under, sorry, I should have written it out ahead of time here. Well, I guess generally under section 1, but I was thinking under 1F. This is maybe for discussion with the board, but I was curious with these expedited loans if the board could receive some sort of feedback on how the loan worked in the end, if it was successful. I don't know that we need to do it in perpetuity, but when we get it going, just, like a note on the agenda somewhere after the time period of the expedited loan that, worked out well, and maybe a few minutes of information, but I also, that could be overkill. So it's just always nice to hear how these things went.
May I respond to that, Director Brody?
Yes, please.
Staff would be happy to update the board on the exercise of these types of loans. We try to do that in the director's report. We could do it in a more formal fashion at a board meeting after the exercise of the loan. I don't know if it needs to be included in the rules if the board is giving staff direction to do that, but of course that is up to the board members.
That would be fine.
Just to clarify a couple of points. I think you referred to number 1, but I just want to make sure, are you referring to number 2F, renewable loans?
No, the expedited loans.
Okay.
It's still on page 6, just right at the end under F near the top. The board director and staff will expedite all actions necessary to implement.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
And we don't, Linda, that's fine. I just, with the communication barrier on this ex parte, this is the only way I can provide that feedback to you. So I'm fine with your proposal. And unless there's any more, I have just a couple more questions. Is that okay, Madam Chair?
Again, there's no one else ringing in at the moment, so keep going.
Okay. Okay, page 7. Let's see, I'm sorry. This 3, where the water rights loan to the board, and I know that was in the bill. I just have a question about it, and I'm not sure because it was bill language, if there is any clarification. What about programs that come up in the future that aren't named in this section or have a different name in this section? That's my first question on that. Does it not matter because it was passed through the bill language? We just have to leave this as it is.
I'm not sure how we would describe those programs that don't exist yet.
Correct. A language suggestion, which is it could say from concurrent or subsequent inclusion in other programs such as a water conservation, demand management, compact compliance, or water banking program. So those are examples of other programs. And we can look at that language later if folks are comfortable with how, or maybe Director Brown, are you comfortable with that?
I am. Thanks, Officer Beatty. And then one more question on that. Is there, I guess I assume that it goes through the state engineer when that office is making their determination here, but what if the concurrent uses are not compatible? And I can't think of an exact situation of when this would occur, but is there a time period where the applicant discloses what those concurrent uses are and there is an opportunity to determine whether it's appropriate for both uses to happen at the same time? Is that during the injury determination?
May I respond to that? Just
yes, please go ahead.
I believe that if a water rights owner approached staff and expressed interest in participating in a temporary loan, that one of our questions would be to ask if that water right is included in any other program, such as the ones described here. And then if it was, I think we would have to consult with the Division of Water Resources on whether that would be a compatible use. Once the water right is the subject of a loan, a temporary loan. Then if that water rights owner wanted to participate in one of those other programs, I think the review process for that other program would address that, any issues. And I don't know, Director Ryan, you might want to add to that about your review of it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I respond to that?
Please.
Thanks, Ms. Bassi. And yes, my impulse is to say, or my immediate reaction to that is that through those approvals, we'll be focused on injury questions related to consumptive use and return flows and so on. And I think that would be what would guide us. And if there were some other legal preclusion that presented itself, of course we'd address that, but I don't see any of those legal preclusions out there. And I see this rule stating that that those rights aren't precluded from that. So that was probably a little simpler than I made it sound. We'll just be looking at injury.
Thank you. Madam Chair, may I ask a follow-up question?
Please.
Should there be a disclosure process where if the applicant is not in one of these programs yet when they apply, because this is a renewable loan, should they disclose to the board when they are now in one of these programs? What would be, I mean, personally, the reason why I'm struggling with this feels a lot like double dipping, and I understand that it was legislatively approved. I'm just trying to think through unintended consequences and how we can ensure that, since this is a long-term process, the program, there's communication between any programs, and we don't yet know who would be running a demand management program or what these water conservation programs or compact compliance programs would look like. So I'm just trying to make sure that the line of communication is open and there's no surprises at any point in the future. So I guess my question is, should we consider some sort of disclosure when and if there are concurrent programs enrolled in? I said that wrong.
Go ahead, Ms. Passy.
We potentially could add language to this rule that said that the owner of and I won't say it the way we would write it. The owner of a water right loan to the board will inform the board of subsequent participation in any such program, something like that. Would that address your concern, Director Brown?
Yes. And feel free to chime in if this is looked at as unnecessary or if people have other thoughts on it. It's just my suggestion. That concludes my question.
Thank you. Director Trick, did you have a question?
No, I just concur with what Jackie said.
Okay. Other questions for CWCB staff? Ms. Passy, I had just a couple of clarifying questions. These are non-substantive, but just so that we can note them for when we come back and make any cleanup adjustments. I've noticed in going through the rule that there seem to be some inconsistencies in how we're referring to the statute. In some places after the numerical reference, we include the abbreviation C.R.S. Other places we do not include the CRS. And I'm not sure what the typical convention is for CWCB rules, but it would be good if we're consistent.
I believe that our approach was the first time the statute was referred to, we used CRS, and then after that, we did not. I might need to defer to our attorneys about that.
I do believe that's right. And I'm looking through the other rules now. The other in-stream flow rules don't seem to include the CRS reference. So maybe we take that first one out so we're consistent all the way through.
Okay. One other small inconsistency that I noted that I just wanted to ask about was on the internal cross references. And let me just find an example. Let's see. On page 5, under number 1B, Romanet 2, in the second line, we're referring to documentation provided to the state engineer under Rule 6K, open parentheses 1, close parentheses, open parentheses B, close parentheses, Romanet 1. A little further down in subparagraph C, at the last line of subparagraph C, we refer to in-stream flow use under this Rule 6K period, open paren 1, close paren. And again, I don't have a strong preference, but just it'd be good if we could be consistent in those references.
Yes, I believe that we need to add the period after 6K in Rule 6K 1B Romanet 2.
Okay, that comes up a couple of times, so you might want to just do a find somehow.
Okay.
And
I
then
haven't. Oh, sorry. I just wanted to let you all know that I have 2 notes here, that there's a global check for whether or not we are being consistent about the use of CRS, and also a global check to make sure that the internal references are uniform, but that I'm not hearing anyone having a preference one way or the other, just to make sure that we're checking all of them.
thank you. And then the one final inconsistency that I noted, and again, it's not a substantive issue, but the references to Colorado Parks and Wildlife, CPW. Let's see, we define Colorado Parks and Wildlife as CPW, I believe for the first time on page 3, subparagraph 2. And then they are defined again. And let's see, page 10, subparagraph F at the top. And throughout the rule, we sometimes use the abbreviation and sometimes use the full name, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, which I don't think is necessarily wrong, but I'm not sure what your conventions are and what your preference is as to how to refer to the agency once it's been defined by that abbreviation.
Director Brody, our intended convention, which I am not positive we've carried out, is that I believe it's the first time we refer to Colorado Parks and Wildlife in a separate rule. We would write out their name and then put CPW in parentheses.
Okay.
But we probably should double check and make sure that's what we did.
Okay, thank you.
Is that acceptable?
It is to me. Dr. Brown, did you have another question?
I do. My pages got stuck together, and so I missed it on the first round. Under renewable loans, D, Roman numeral 3. Again, I understand that this was in the bill language. Give preference to loans of stored water when available over loans of direct flow water. would it be possible to change this to say when offered and available? It's unclear to me if that would encumber staff to go looking to make sure there are no stored water loans available, maybe that have in the past offered up water for the program. It seems like there's some equity issues if somebody comes forward and would like to loan their water to the program, but they can't if there's something available from a reservoir. I'm not sure exactly what the intent of that was in the bill language, but maybe Linda can help clarify that.
Yes, I believe the intent of this was that most people, during the stakeholder process when drafting the bill, thought that using releases of stored water for a loan would be less disruptive to other water rights than using direct flow rights, and that is why they wanted to put in this preference. I think adding when offered and available makes a lot of sense, because that to me that's what's meant by available. But if that's, that's how I interpreted the word available, meaning that it's been offered for such use. But I think it would be it would clarify that rule to add that word if the board chooses to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Brown. Director Ryan, did you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I apologize. I did have one other question. And Ms. Vassy, this may be more a matter of you just explaining on the record today. And I can go immediately below where Director Brown was just now with Rule 6K2E, I believe it is, on that same page 6. And that talks about the board evaluating a proposed renewable loan. And if I think about the chronological sequence, that's going to happen before, matter of fact, it's sort of a prerequisite to the applicant submitting the application to the state engineer to do the approval, which would include an injury analysis. So as I look at Rule E, it says the board shall consider any potential injury to decreed water rights. And I'm just wondering about what is the scope of that consideration of potential injury to decreed water rights that the board will be doing. And maybe I'm wrong.
That is a good question, Director Ryan. It certainly would not be as detailed and thorough as the Division of Water Resources. I think it would be potentially more based upon responses to the notice that we send out to the mailing lists and to those specific entities that are included in the requirements, in the rules, and in the bill and in the rules. And also just our, we typically have to do an engineering analysis, not the same type that we would do for an actual change of water right, but part of reviewing that water to see if it would be suitable for one of these loans is to look at what other water rights are on the stream, what other uses are being made. And so we would report to the board on the results of that analysis. But I believe that the Division of Water Resources would probably be diving even deeper on that. I don't know if that answers your question.
Thank you, Ms. Vassy. Madam Chair, that's a good answer for me, so thank you.
Thank you. Director Felt?
Just real quick, I was thinking about this on Director Brown's last comment, that instead of saying when offered and available, we could say when made available, and it might get to that same element of offered.
Thank you. And we will have an opportunity to do a final wordsmith when we get to deliberations at the end. But that's a good suggestion. Other questions for staff at this time? And I'll just remind the board members that staff will be making a closing statement, so that if there are questions that arise as you're hearing the other parties' testimony that you would like staff to answer, you'll have an opportunity to ask those questions at the end of today's hearing. Director Trick, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Director Brody. Also a suggestion. So I know this section of the rules hasn't been redlined too heavily, but I'm looking on page 7 under 6M, public input on proposed acquisitions. And I'm wondering if under subsection 1 there, where it's talking about mailing notice to all persons on ISF subscription mailing list and state engineers substitute supply plan notification list, whether we could add something there that would have notice in a newspaper that would be local to the area where the proposed acquisition is located, say the county or water division, etc. My suggestion.
Director Trick, would that addition be, it appears that addition would be applying to acquisitions other than temporary loans?
Yes.
I'm thinking out loud here, but that feels like there might be a notice issue. The rulemaking is designed to facilitate changes to conform to the statutory directive, but if we're going to be impacting other programs, I think we may have a notice problem. So if we wanted to make that change, I think we would actually have to renotice the rulemaking so that people would be on notice that that change would be made and be able to come and speak to the board.
Thank you for that clarification. I was going to ask you that question as to whether that was beyond the scope of what was properly noticed.
Okay, so where can we put that where it applies to this actual temporary process?
I believe we would probably want to put it in Rule 6K2F Romanet 2 for renewable, notice of renewable loans. I mean, we could put it in the notice of expedited loans. I think there are real timing issues with publishing in local newspapers, with some only get published. I mean, I know that our staff in the context of new appropriations has dealt with some issues with publication in local newspapers. And I'm just not sure if there would be timing issues on processing an expedited loan. I don't see any issues I think there would be fewer issues with the renewable loan.
I think it would probably be more important for the renewable loan, just due to the fact that that has 10-year periods associated with it.
So then that would be Rule 6K2F Romanet 2. It would be added there if the board chooses to make that change. That's where I would suggest including it. And then probably also Rule 6K2. No, we don't set forth all those notice requirements. Let's see. I'm sorry, I'm just reading and thinking. Sorry that you're being subjected to that.
Hearing Officer Beatty and John, I wonder if we can maybe just flag that for discussion during deliberations.
That would be great. Thank you.
Okay, last call for this round of questions for CWCB staff, and then we'll move on to the other parties.
And a quick question here in the event that there are no more questions of staff, and that is, we've been at this for an hour. We do have several parties to give presentations, and we had planned on taking a break after they present. Do folks want to take a break now or move through those party presentations?
If anyone wants a break, raise your hand. Otherwise, I would suggest we keep going. I do anticipate that we're going to need to take maybe a slightly longer break once we conclude the testimony so that we can kind of confer on all of these potential changes that we've identified.
I think it will also give staff an opportunity to figure out what it how it wants to respond in its closing remarks. Okay, we keep rolling.
I believe up next is Colorado Parks and Wildlife.
Yes, and Colorado Parks and Wildlife has 5 minutes to make a presentation.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Directors, and Hearing Officer Beatty. My name is Elizabeth Joyce. I'm an Assistant Attorney General with the Attorney General's Office, and I am here representing Colorado Parks and Wildlife today. We also have Katie Birch and Rob Harris available for testimony or responding to questions as well if there are questions from the board. Katie Birch is the In-Stream Flow Program Coordinator for CPW, and Rob Harris is CPW's Water Resources Section Manager. And I can further brighten your wintry day by adding that we'll likely move through even our 5 minutes pretty quickly. And that's because while, as you've been working through, there are some details to work out, the main issue before the board is fairly straightforward this morning. So CPW is here today to support adoption of the rule revisions proposed by staff. As you've heard from Linda, staff have designed updates to the in-stream flow rules to incorporate the recent statutory changes that enhance certain aspects of the temporary loan program. Staff's proposal is tailored to this purpose and is both reasonable and critical to implementing these changes. CPW has a multifaceted relationship with the in-stream flow program. As directed by statute, CPW works to provide CWCB staff and the board with biological expertise and recommendations regarding implementation of the in-stream flow program, which includes permanent acquisitions and temporary loans for leases for in-stream flow purposes. The rules also direct CWB staff to solicit recommendations from CPW in the form of biological analyses in considering the extent to which leased or loaned water will benefit the natural environment. CPW evaluates the benefits and possible impacts associated with CWCB accepting the loaned water. Additionally, CPW has its own policies and programs to perpetuate the fish, wildlife, and recreational resources of the state, which often benefit from implementation of the in-stream flow program. CPW owns water rights and interest in water, which it uses to support its own programs for the benefit of the public and to sustain fisheries across the state. In addition to participating in the in-stream flow program generally and using the loan program to benefit the White River with CPW's own Lake Avery water rights recently, CPW has benefited from other participants' use of the legal tools allowed under the program, including the use of water under the in-stream flow loan program. These actions are an important tool to restore the integrity of streams and rivers experiencing the chronic low flow issues and fisheries that are challenged. As staff explained, we're here today because HB 2011-57 passed in 2020. This bill amended parts of Section 3783-105, which authorizes CWCB to accept temporary loans of water for in-stream flow purposes. And it amended this statute by enhancing the program with the addition of the one-time expedited loans, by extending the terms for renewable loans, and by allowing CWCB to accept renewable loans to preserve and improve the natural environment. These changes make the in-stream flow loan program more flexible for participants. At the same time, HB 2011-57 maintains protections for water users and includes the built-in safeguards in the review and acceptance process. Today's rulemaking is the final step following the passage of this bill to incorporate the statutory changes into CWCB's rules. CPW has reviewed staff's proposal as a water user, a beneficiary of the program, and as an agency that will assist in implementing the proposed rules. CPW believes staff's proposed revisions are consistent with the requirements and the direction of HB 2011-57 and will allow CWCB to implement the enhanced options under the loan program with sufficient clarity and adequate protections for water users. As a final note, staff have also proposed a few cleanup edits, which include updating the references to CPW's agency name. This is following from a reorganization in 2011 when the Division of Wildlife and the Division of Parks and Outdoor Rec merged into Colorado Parks and Wildlife. CPW supports this change and appreciates CWCB staff's efforts to make the rules consistent with the current agency name. So in summary, CPW supports adoption of staff's proposal. The revisions allow CWCB and participants to implement the enhancements to the temporary loan program authorized by recent statutory changes. And these changes will benefit the in-stream flow rights that CWCB holds, as well as water users throughout the state. And unless Rob or Katie have anything to add, I see that I actually did take up our 5 minutes. So I won't turn it over to them unless the board has questions. But we do have one administrative issue to bring up. And I guess Amy, Hearing Officer Beatty, or John, you can let me know if now is a time to make a comment about documents in the record.
I think we're fine. I think we're saving a fair amount of time, and I think the board probably wants to get everything out and adopt rules that are appropriate. So please go ahead.
It's just to note, we didn't catch it until this morning, but CPW had submitted an amended pre-hearing statement. There were no substantive changes in that document. It was a revision to address testimony time, and it looks like that did not make it into the record. So all of our, substantive issues in the pre-hearing statement are included in the documents you have, but just for completeness, wanted to point out that we may want to include that in the final record for this hearing.
Thank you very much. We'll definitely make sure that all of the documents that are included in what we consider to be the formal record are in there. And I also want to make sure everyone knows that we operationalized your changes, because you had gone from not wanting to comment to wanting to comment between those from your original pre-hearing to amended. And we see you here today. So we acted on that. It's just that the board didn't have the benefit of learning that you had gone from not wanting to make remarks to making remarks.
Correct.
Thank you, Ms. Joyce and CPW staff. Are there any questions for Colorado Parks and Wildlife from the board? And seeing none, I believe we can move on to our next party.
Our next party is the Colorado River Water Conservation District, and they have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer and Madam Chair. My name is Peter Fleming. I'm General Counsel for the Colorado River District. I believe Jason Turner, also Counsel for the River District, is listening in to the board's hearing today. We appreciate the opportunity to make a short presentation. The River District supports the adoption of the rules that were proposed by CWCB staff on October 14, 2020, with the non-substantive edits that have been discussed. I did want to mention one edit that I heard proposed that I want to draw some attention to. The River District, and I'll do that in a minute, but the River District participated extensively in the drafting and the negotiations regarding House Bill 20-1157, with obviously many of the parties and CWCB staff that are present here today. I would like to commend the CWCB staff and the Attorney General's office for the pre-hearing process that they conducted on these rules. First off, I think the proposed rules, when they first were drafted and proposed to stakeholders or made public to stakeholders, were in pretty good form in our view already. We did have substantive comments on those rules, and the pre-hearing process that the staff and the AG's office led was open to whoever wanted to participate. And, even in these days of Zoom and remote calls and things, I thought was a good process that resulted in a lot of substantive changes that improved the draft rules, which are already in pretty good shape to begin with. So I did want to note that. And I think the board should be proud and thankful for the staff's work on that, and the Attorney General's office as well. I did want to mention a little bit of the context of the provision in the statute and the rules regarding the storage preference. And I believe that shows up in the rules, at least on my draft, as page 6, paragraph 6K2D Romanet 3. In my read, at least, the language that's quoted in that little subparagraph is directly from the statute. The statute in the negotiations on the bill, there was a pretty significant push, at least at one point, by a number of water users, at least on the West Slope, to make the not only a preference for loans of stored water, right, but exclusively for the renewable loans would be, for this purpose, would be exclusively for stored water only. That was, negotiated in a way that it resulted in the statutory language that I think has been referenced. And I would only suggest that that was an important point, at least for the River District. We're okay with the statutory language. Obviously, we would recommend and request that the board leave the existing language in that subparagraph Romanet 3 as is. And that's our only substantive comment at this point. And I appreciate the opportunity to comment and thank the board.
Thank you, Mr. Fleming. Are there questions for the Colorado River Water Conservation District from the board? Director Brown? We're having a hard time hearing you.
Double muted for protection. Thanks, Peter, for being here. Could you clarify the concern with the proposed change? Do you regard that D3 give preference to loans of stored water when available over loans of direct flow water? What does that mean to you and your organization that our clarifying language disrupts?
I think it may mean a little bit more. It may not mean anything more than where I believe Director Brown, your proposed language was when offered and available. Obviously, if it is a loan, there's two parties at issue. I just think, given the sensitivity of this provision in the statute, we'd like to keep as close to the statutory language as possible. I suppose, I apologize, I don't know if it was Director Felt or Director Yan that suggested language that was more to the effect of when made available. That might be more acceptable to us. I suppose that the concern with the language of when offered suggests to me that the offer of the stored water would have to be made at the same time, or at least contemporaneously, as the loan of the direct flow water. And in my mind, at least, that's not what the statute encompassed. The statute contemplates that, you know, that the CWCB will consider and give a preference to stored water where it is available, regardless of the timing. Obviously, if it, you know, if it's made at the last minute, it's not practicable, there are other complications, and it's, you know, wouldn't be available for the intended purpose. I suppose that's you know, something that's within the board's discretion to make a determination on. But we didn't want to exclude or preclude the consideration of stored water and its statutory preference over direct flow water, simply because the stored water, there was not an offer to use the stored water that was not made before or simultaneously as the offer to use the direct flow water. I hope that's responsive to your question.
Other questions for the River District? Okay, I believe we can move on to the Colorado Water Trust.
Colorado Water Trust is our next party, and they have 10 minutes.
Good morning, Madam Chair, directors, hearing officer Beatty. My name is Kate Ryan, and I am the senior staff attorney for the Colorado Water Trust. I am going to tell you a little bit about what the Water Trust has done over time with what we call the temporary in-stream flow loan program, and how that relates to our position on the rules today, which is that we support the rules as published in the Colorado Register. After I do that, I'm going to pass it over to Mickey O'Hara, our programs director, who can give you a little bit more of a technical background on these loans. The Colorado Water Trust was founded in 2001, and we were founded by a group of water attorneys and other water professionals who wanted to complement the CWCB's in-stream flow acquisition program. Our mission has been very consistent over time. Today, we frame that as our mission being to restore flows to Colorado's rivers in need. And while our mission has stayed very consistent over time, the tools that we work with to achieve stream flow restoration projects have expanded in number and I'd say in practical application over time. And they're very, very important to us to accomplish our mission. And based on all those different statutory tools, including the one that's the subject of today's rulemaking, we've been able to complete over 30 projects to restore flows to rivers and streams in need. The General Assembly first passed legislation implementing an in-stream flow loan program in 2001, and it was largely unused, but the Colorado Water Trust worked with the CWCB in 2012 to put together a couple different loans, which are described more in the exhibit, which is attached to our application for party status in these proceedings. I would say that the in-stream flow loan program is one of our best tools. It's really a good tool for the Colorado Water Trust and water users who are project partners alike. So because of that, we were very involved in the legislative proceedings leading up to the passing of House Bill 1157. We were not the proponents of the bill, but we were very engaged in outreach and working with water users to see exactly what would work for them and to make sure that the loan program continued to work for us and to become even more practical and something that we could use for temporary acquisitions to benefit in-stream flow. Because of our participation both in the legislative process and then moving on to this summer's stakeholder process for leading up to this rulemaking, we're very confident in the content of the rules, both that they will help us to carry on with our use of the in-stream flow loan program, and also that the rules together with the legislation they're really protective of water users and water rights, which is something that's important to us because these are our partners on every single project that we do. And it's really important to us that we maintain and develop those relationships with water users throughout the state. We're also very confident in the rules because of the process that the CWCB implemented this summer. They accepted comments. The Water Trust did ask for a change to the rules, which was discussed and accepted by the CWCB staff. And there were 2 separate stakeholder meetings where, like Mr. Fleming said, we all got together via Zoom and via phone, and there were really robust discussions of the rules. So we are very confident in those rules, and we do support them. Officer Beatty, I was going to comment real quickly on the newspaper notification request from Director Trick, but that's not part of our written testimony. Would you like me to do that now or at a later time?
I think it's fine if you do it now. I think it's appropriate since it was raised by a board member. If you have thoughts, I think other board members will benefit from hearing everyone's perspective on proposed changes.
Okay. I do have thoughts. We are not opposed to the proposed change, and we're not opposed to any of the changes that have been proposed today. But I did want to lend some of my practical experience working as an attorney in Division I Water Court for over a decade before joining the Water Trust. I have worked on water court applications where when we work with the Water Court on publishing the application in newspapers as is required, sometimes things go wrong, and it does push our proceedings back, or our proceedings, our ability to proceed with a water court application by a number of weeks or even months. That's not been frequent in my experience, but it does happen. So it could be an issue in the case of these rules. Say we were working with a water user who wanted to do a renewable loan, and we were coming to the CWCB in the winter leading up to an irrigation season, and their rights might be used that summer. So it could be a hindrance, but like I said, it's not all that frequent. So we trust you to make a decision on what you think would be the best balance there as far as outreach or making sure that we can get these loans in place. And I also did want to mention that there was a very robust discussion during the passing of House Bill 1157 of what additional notification and heightened notification procedures should be. So the notification procedures for an in-stream flow loan, for instance, are more stringent and more inclusive than for a substitute water supply plan, which is another administrative temporary change. And with that, I would love to pass on the next few minutes to Mickey O'Hara.
Thank you, Kate. Good morning, Madam Chair, directors, and hearing officer Beatty. My name is Mickey O'Hara. I am the Director of Programs at Colorado Water Trust, and just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity to address the board today. So House Bill 20-1157 creates a significantly improved in-stream flow loan program to address the needs and interests of not only CWCB's in-stream flow program, but many water users across the state as well. Since 2012, staff at the Water Trust have collaborated with CWCB and water rights owners on 6 separate in-stream flow loans in Divisions 4, 5, and 6, Water Divisions 4, 5, and 6. These loans have generated significant benefits for the natural environment and water users alike. Division of Water Resources and the State Engineer's Office have reviewed and approved each of these existing in-stream flow loans with terms and conditions to ensure non-injury to other water rights holders during implementation of the in-stream flow loans. These terms and conditions were specific to each water right loan to the CWCB for in-stream flow use and included language to address issues such as maintenance of historic return flows, dry versus average year consumptive use, verification of dry up during implementation, and others, as Director Ryan referenced in some of his earlier comments today. We view the in-stream flow loan approval process as robust and the new notice requirements as beneficial to all interested parties, including our partners that own water rights, the CWCB, and the Water Trust as well. We support the adoption of the amended in-stream flow rules as presented today, and we believe they're consistent with the language in House Bill 2011-57. Again, I just want to echo some other comments and commend the CWCB staff and staff from the AG's office for their work on the rulemaking process. It was inclusive and staff were receptive to comments from the Water Trust and other stakeholders. I think at this point, we're happy to answer any questions the board may have. I think we're probably down to about 1 minute, but thank you all for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions from the board for the Colorado Water Trust? And seeing none, I believe we can move on. Hearing Officer Beatty, I believe the next party is the Nature Conservancy.
Yes, the next party is the Nature Conservancy, and they have 5 minutes.
Good morning. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Great. My name is Aaron Citron. I'm a policy advisor with the Nature Conservancy here in Colorado. The Nature Conservancy is a nonprofit organization that works in all 50 states and over 70 countries. And our priorities include the conservation and protection of Colorado's rivers and streams so that people and nature can thrive. And I'm here in support of staff's draft rules. I will keep my comments very short. Our initial engagement in the legislative process that led to the passage of House Bill 2011-57 last year started a number of years ago. Specifically, the Nature Conservancy partnered and continues to partner with a number of entities and organizations in the Yampa River, where we created an endowment that has now been called the Yampa River Fund to pay for, to provide grants for projects that can improve river health. And we hope agricultural infrastructure grants are provided annually for riparian restoration, for agricultural infrastructure improvements, and when needed, they have been used, or they will be used, I should say. The intent is to use them to pay for reservoir releases from Stagecoach Reservoir. And we were concerned that the in-stream flow loans program, which had been used previously to fund those releases, would no longer be able to be used because of the 3-year limitation under the previous statute, which got us involved in trying to find ways to allow for additional flexibility and renewals. I was asked, along with Kathleen Curry, by the Colorado Water Congress to lead a stakeholder process in the summer of 2019 after the bill failed to progress in the 2019 legislative session. That process, I feel, was successful, and we discussed many of these issues with a focus on notice and appropriate process to ensure that water users, water rights had an opportunity to engage if they felt that they were being injured by a proposed loan. I believe all or most of those recommendations were included into the statutory language or the bill language in House Bill 2011-57. And feel like staff has done an excellent job incorporating language from the statute and addressing the needs and concerns that were raised by all of the parties in the various stakeholder processes that we conducted over the summer and that they've continued to conduct up until, I guess, the last couple of months. We think that the rules are appropriate to provide for this voluntary program to be utilized in a way that protects existing water users. So as I said, we support the rules as drafted. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Citron. Are there questions for the Nature Conservancy? Seeing none, let's move on to Trout Unlimited.
Trout Unlimited's the next party, and they too have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Beatty. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, board members. My name is Drew Peternell. I am the director of the Colorado Water Program for Trout Unlimited. I appreciate the opportunity to provide this brief testimony. TU is a national nonprofit fisheries conservation organization. Across the country, TU staff and volunteers work to protect and restore habitat for cold water fisheries for trout and salmon. Here in Colorado, my program focuses on ensuring that rivers in this state have adequate habitat and adequate stream flow. Trout Unlimited strongly supports the CWCB's in-stream flow program. We have participated in temporary in-stream flow loan projects on a couple of occasions. We see the temporary loan program as an opportunity to improve the environment, benefit the environment, while giving water rights holders greater freedom and flexibility to do as they choose with their property interests. The temporary loan program has operated successfully for many years. Prior, however, to the passage of House Bill 1157, there were some statutory limitations on the program. HB 1157 removes a couple of those limitations. We believe that with that, we will see the program grow to the broader application. As others have said, your staff and the Attorney General's office have done an excellent job with these rules, including extensive outreach to the public. The rules include protections for other water rights holders. So in the interest of keeping this short and sweet, I will limit myself to saying that we support the rules. We appreciate the effort that have gone into preparing them. We urge you to adopt them. Thank you for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions for Trout Unlimited? Okay, moving on. Last but certainly not least, we've got Western Resource Advocates, Conservation Colorado, and the National Audubon Society.
And they have 5 minutes. And so that the board is aware, the amount of time that each presenter has was based on their requests. We didn't modify any of their requests for time because people were being very careful about how much time they wanted to spend presenting to you all. So I thought I would just share that.
And good morning, Madam Chair, CWCB board members, and Madam Hearing Officer. I'm John Siren, the Senior Staff Attorney for Western Resource Advocates, appearing today on behalf of Western Resource Advocates, Conservation Colorado, and the Audubon Society. So WRA, COCO, and the Audubon Society are all organizations with a long history of working to help Colorado make wise choices regarding the protection and use of its rivers. Like all the other parties appearing before you this morning, we support CWCB staff proposed amendments to the in-stream flow rules because the proposed amendments properly implement the provisions of House Bill 2011-57 consistent with the General Assembly's specific directions in that bill. More specifically, we believe the proposed amendments are consistent with and properly implement the interests of the many stakeholders involved in the process leading to the adoption of HB 2011-57. As set forth in more detail in the testimony of Josh Kuhn, which we submitted to the with our pre-hearing statement, the bill's passage reflects a process that included a multi-year campaign, engagement of a dozen or more members of the Colorado Water Congress, and over a half-dozen stakeholder meetings. Stakeholders included a wide variety of interests, including Colorado Springs, Denver, Northern, the Colorado River Water Conservation District, Southwest Water Conservation District, Grand Valley Water Users, Ute Water Conservancy District, and the City of Greeley, as well as numerous other members of the conservation community, including the Colorado Water Trust, Nature Conservancy, and Trout Unlimited, all who have appeared before you today. We believe the proposed rules align with the intent behind the stakeholder process by providing the CWCB's in-stream flow program greater flexibility towards protecting Colorado rivers in a manner that also fully protects the interests of the state's water users. We agree with the, or do not oppose the amendments that were proposed today. As said by Kate Ryan on behalf of the Colorado Water Trust, excuse me, I believe the suggestion that we add a newspaper notification procedure as well may not be necessary, in that the other types of notification that are being provided under this bill and under the rules are typically what practicing water users use in order to keep track of any interest that might affect their clients. And in my experience, over 20 years working in the Colorado Water Bar, the newspaper is sort of an antiquated system that's not really relied upon, and that also provides a level of sort of complexity and expense that in my mind is not necessary in this process. But of course, if the board finds that it does have interest and value in this circumstances, we would not oppose that. However, I would like a consideration of whether that is the most efficient way to provide the notice necessary in this instance. In any case, we thank you for the opportunity to comment and appreciate the great work done by the staff and the AG's office, all the other stakeholders that participated in drafting these the House Bill 2011-57 and the rules that are proposed today. Thank you for letting me appear.
Thank you for your testimony. Director Trick, did you have a question?
No, I'd just like to make a further comment on the newspaper notice issue. So I am also a practicing water professional, and the reason for that request is to basically comply with this board's transparency mandate and transparency goals to notify the public. If it is a burden, or if staff or if somebody can, when we deliberate, for the board can tell us, if that has a negative consequence on this process, then I'd be willing to hear those concerns. However, I do know that people in rural areas and rural counties, especially on the western slope, still do very much rely on newspapers at their local newspaper to notify them of things that are occurring. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Trick. And we will have further opportunity to discuss the pros and cons when we get to our board deliberations. Any other questions at this time for our last set of parties? All right.
So seeing no further questions, that takes us to our break. We've settled on 20 minutes for the break, after which we'll have closing statements and deliberations. So we'll see you back here at 11:01. Linda Bassi.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Beatty. Staff has a question. It's not clear to me whether we are supposed to try to get in touch with John Watson during the break and work on revisions. I'm just not clear what we are supposed to be doing.
Okay, I think the very first pass John and I can do together, and we can bring it, if we have any very specific questions, we'll come back and ask you, but I think we can actually, John and I will be able to redline it, and then if you have particular feedback at the time we're going through the red line, then you can weigh in. How does that sound?
Perfect, thank you very much.
Sorry, dog. Okay. So 11:02, please, to return. Thanks, everybody.
Welcome back, everyone. Viola, are we ready to go back on the record?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thanks everybody. We are now at the point where we will hear closing statements. Only two parties requested time for closing statements. That's Colorado Parks and Wildlife and the Colorado Water Trust. We will start with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. They have 2 minutes and the Colorado Water Trust has 5. And then we will move to CWCB staff's closing statement.
Good morning. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just a quick comment in closing, and we appreciate the discussion from the board so far and all of the comments from other parties. CPW's desire to be a party here today was to have the opportunity to review the proposed rules, be part of any discussion for any amendments or any revisions considered by the board, and to ensure consistency between the language of the rules that are ultimately adopted in HB 1157. As the board considers any revisions to the rules proposed by staff, CPW just echoes the comments that you've heard today from other parties and encourages the board to make any revisions that you're considering to ensure that they complement the language of HB 1157 and not alter the intent or meaning of that statutory language. As you've heard from other parties, the process for approving 1157 included a lot of hard work and negotiation between parties, and the language balanced a number of issues raised by parties during the legislative process and was critical for the ultimate successful passage. That language was carefully drafted and vetted by a large number of water users and was ultimately approved by the General Assembly. CPW shares concerns about possible unintended consequences of altering any of the provisions that would change the intent of that statutory language, and that would include modifications that would add additional notice processes that aren't directed by statute or that are outside of CWCB's already existing notice and publication processes, and any modifications to section 6K3 in particular was a very carefully vetted and reviewed provision that CPW encourages the board to keep that in mind as you're considering modifications to any of the proposed rules. And with that, unless Katie or Rob have any additional comments, that would conclude our testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Joyce. Are there any final questions from the board for Colorado Parks and Wildlife? Director Schwartz.
Thank you. I appreciate your comment, Ms. Joyce. Specifically with 6K3, the language that is proposed, that's currently in statute, is at the very end of it, as is or may be subsequently defined or described in statute. Is that not satisfactory in the current proposal, as opposed to clarification of the word subsequently? And is that not satisfactory in clarifying that there could be other programs or changes in programs and the names of programs?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I'm completely understanding
My
your
question
question.
is, the language that is currently proposed, is that not satisfactory?
CPW is currently the language as currently proposed is satisfactory to CPW. I think there was some discussion among the board on some additional changes, and we just urge you to keep those changes consistent with the statutory language if you are considering changes beyond what's currently drafted.
I would agree. I think the language that's in place does speak to any subsequent changes. Thank you.
And thank you again, Ms. Joyce. Okay, I think we can move on to Colorado Water Trust.
Thank you, Madam Chair and directors. I wanted to let you all know that we did coordinate on this closing statement. So I'm speaking on behalf of the Colorado Water Trust, but also Trout Unlimited, the Nature Conservancy, Western Resource Advocates, Conservation Colorado, and the National Audubon Society. I did want to let you know, since we are coordinating, we have made sure that we coordinated our closing remarks to let you all know that we do support the changes that have been discussed by the board today. And we do continue to support the rules as drafted and published in the Colorado Register. With respect to the proposed modification to require publication in the local newspaper, I would say that our inclination from a programmatic perspective and our recommendation would be not to pursue that additional requirement because it could complicate and postpone the development of in-stream flow loan program projects. But we also understand the importance of transparency to water users and to this board. So we are not formally objecting to it, but if you did want us to weigh in, we would overall suggest that our inclination would be not to adopt that additional requirement. At any rate, thank you very much, and we are available for questions if you have any.
Thank you, Ms. Ryan, and to all the parties who coordinated on your closing statement. Any final questions for those parties? Seeing none, Hearing Officer Beatty, I believe we're ready for the CWCB staff's closing statement.
We are. The CWCB staff has 15 minutes for its closing statement.
Thank you. Linda Bassey with the Stream and Lake Protection Section. Let's see, I have a few things to say and they're not super organized, but staff does not object to the changes proposed by the board. We do have some concerns about the newspaper publication, and we're struggling because we understand that notice is one of the most important components of our program, that it comes up all the time, and we want to make sure that people know what we're doing. The notice requirement that is in the bill to a registered agent of a ditch company, irrigation district, water users association, or other water supplier delivery entity within whose system the water rights fall, that reflects discussions during the legislative process that initially included potential publication in local newspapers. And it was landed on as a way to get to that local on the ground notice. And we believe that providing notice to the substitute water supply plan and in-stream flow mailing list, and we'll note that the in-stream flow mailing list was added today, suggested to be added by the board, and we think that's a good idea. We have that established. We have a lot of people on it. It really, between those two, with those additional requirements of the bill, casts a pretty broad net. We would hope that the notice to that local entity would get the word out to local people, but I know that nothing is foolproof in that regard. So here are some of our concerns about it, though. We are not sure how to identify the relevant newspaper. My understanding is that when you file a water court application, the water court provides that information to applicants on what newspaper or newspapers the notice is to be published in. And so we're concerned that timing and other issues with publication in those papers could lead to notice issues, and that failure to achieve that publication for some reason could invalidate the process. And that would be an unfortunate result. It's also our understanding from staff's participation on the Supreme Court Water Court Committee that that committee is looking at alternatives to newspaper publication, I think in part because a lot of local newspapers are going out of business, which is a sad story in and of itself. So we're concerned about it, just about the ability to be successful with that, at meeting that requirement, and no matter how hard we try. And I wanted to come up with some potential language to address it, and like making best efforts to publish or where it's feasible, but that may not be precise enough. So I just want to say that we have serious concerns about potentially the ability to meet that requirement. We did identify another change that we think is needed, and those of you who know me, I'm a very crazy editor of documents, and I'm always adding commas, and so we are going to suggest adding a comma to Rule 6K1E. That rule reads, at the first regular or special board meeting, after the director accepts, comma, which is there already, or rejects over applicant's objection, here's where we would add a comma, and this is just to make the sentence read better, an offer of an expedited loan of water, etc. So we are proposing to add that comma after the word objection in 6K1E. With that, I'll say that the proposed revisions to the in-stream flow rules are consistent with the requirements of House Bill 1157 and will enable the proper implementation of Section 3783-105 CRS 2020, which is where that bill is codified, regarding temporary loans of water for in-stream flow use. Staff recommends, before I get to the recommendation, I did want to double check on whether there were any comments or questions or proposed changes on the statement of basis and purpose. I did raise it earlier, just wanted to double check.
Good point. There is a question from Director Brown, and I'll circle back to poll the directors on whether they have questions about the statement of basis and purpose. But Director Brown, please go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So to be clear, this is not on the statement of purpose and basis. Okay. Linda, I'm sorry to ask you to do this again, but can you please walk me through the timeline that demonstrates your concern about newspaper publication?
I have to scroll through the rules. Bear with me, please.
That's okay.
So we're talking about proposed renewable loans. And so we would go through the board process. And then if the board directs staff to move forward with a proposed renewable loan, that is when the issue comes up, providing written notice and access to all documentation to all these parties. Once we've provided that notice, it's really in the state engineer's hands regarding the process. I guess the concern is that, well, I guess the one concern is that we may not find a newspaper. We're just worried that it's going to create problems. I'm not sure how a newspaper confirms that it published. I guess they send you a confirmation of publication. I'm not sure how that would relate to the state engineer's timeline. I don't know completely, Director Brown, what problems it could create. I'm just concerned that it could create some kind of fatal flaw and give rise to a legal challenge to the process. Since we haven't done it, I am not sure of everything that could happen as a result.
Director Brown, did you want to ask your follow-up, and then we'll move on to the other questions?
I think that would be appropriate. I guess my follow-up is that, the renewable loans, we're not in the same hurry that we are with the expedited loans to get this water in the river in an immediate type of action. And so not understanding the fatal flaws, I guess that I would propose I think this would happen during board deliberation, but I think I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session to review those legal restrictions and obtain the legal advice. But Chairwoman Brody, you tell me that would probably come a little bit later, correct? Or would it?
I don't think.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Beatty.
That's okay. I'm not sure this is a discussion that needs to occur in executive session. I don't think it's really driven by legal requirements. I think it's driven more by practical requirements. And I think you can have the discussion about it when you all choose to deliberate. Right now is you're looking for questions from staff that can support you with facts that may make it difficult to comply with the proposed change. You all can debate amongst yourselves whether or not you think that there are compelling reasons to either move forward or not with that suggestion, I think, without an executive session issue.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Director Brown.
Thanks, Councillor Beatty. I guess my concern is that Linda just said that there could be legal problems. So I would like to understand what those legal problems would be. And it doesn't seem to me, and I understand that this is, putting our in-stream flow program staff on the spot. So, Linda, I'm sorry for that, because that's just the nature of the way that this hearing works. So if you can express maybe more specifically what your concerns are with possible legal problems, then that would be helpful to me.
I think I will attempt to answer that question and then ask council to supplement my answer if it's not sufficient. The one that comes to mind is a legal challenge that insufficient notice was provided, that we did not meet the strict requirements of the rules, and it might be because there wasn't a newspaper in that area. And again, I'm not familiar with how widespread newspapers are in rural areas of the state. But the main legal issue that came to me is a challenge to say that we did not comply with the rules if we were unsuccessful in publishing.
And this is Jen Mealy with the AG's office. If I could add to that, Linda, I think you pretty well covered that, but what I see occurring is that CWCB staff is tasked with having to figure out what local newspaper in a small town, which newspaper we need to publish this notice in. And then if we're, 2 or 3 months down the road on this loan and somebody's objecting to it and we didn't publish in the right newspaper, I think that's where we would get a challenge that we didn't follow our rules. And that would cause problem for the loan and for that project. And I think that's the potential legal challenge I'm seeing, and some of the difficulty that might be posed with the publication requirement. But like Linda, I definitely understand the need for transparency and the need to provide notice.
Thank you for those responses. I do see a number of directors have rung in on the chat. I just want to remind all of the board members that this is really for questions of staff. If there are questions that you would like answered, we'll have an opportunity to debate and discuss amongst ourselves further when we get to deliberations. So with that, I see next a question from Director Trick, and then Director Schwartz. I'm not sure if it's a comment or question, and then Director Dutton, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you, Director Brody. So this process is, during this loan process, we will have people, partners loaning us water. And would it not be prudent to have the party that we have identified that's going to loan us the water to help us and have that local knowledge of which newspaper they know about in their area that we could be publishing in? Would they not have that information? the actual loaner of the water right?
I would hope that they would be able to help us with that information.
Okay, and then I guess as to the question of whether it would raise a legal challenge, I guess I would want somebody, staff or AGs or somebody to look at the actual statute, which I believe would be what we would need to comply with to survive a legal challenge, which the statute, I believe, says the substitute water supply plan list and a registered agent of a ditch company. And to me, this newspaper requirement would be not something minimum we would have to comply with the statute, but it would be part of our rule as a board process in order to go above and beyond what the statute minimally requires. So I guess that would be my question / response to the concern about a legal challenge regarding notice.
I think there are a couple of just things going on here, and Curran, the Director Trick, sorry. I think I'm hearing a couple of different things around legal challenge. One is a challenge about whether or not we had statutory authority to adopt a provision that goes further than what the statute was directing. The other question is, I think, where staff is coming from, which is a challenge to a specific project in the event they're unsuccessful in publication. So if you can clarify so that I think staff can answer those sort of in two different.
Right. Yeah, so this would be the concern about specific projects. So the legal challenge, it would seem to me, would have to show that we provided no minimum notice whatsoever, right? Like we didn't even provide the substitute water supply plan notification list or the ISF subscription list, whatever is minimally required by us. I believe, could we not show that because we had also done those things plus a newspaper notice, that if one or the other of them is not successful, that we can still survive a project challenge? And that's my question.
And I will defer to our attorney on that question. Thank you, Jen.
Thank you, Jen Mealy, AG's office. I don't think once we have rules in place, we can ignore them. If we haven't followed our rules and that has caused an issue for somebody, I think they can raise it, and I think they can challenge our action or our project based on our failure to follow the rules. The rules are set up so people can plan, so that there's an understanding as to how the program's going to operate. And if we're not following our rules, I think it would be viewed as if not arbitrary and capricious, then still not following the rules we put in place to execute the project and the program. So I still think there could be a challenge if we're not following our rules, even if it's not in statute.
Thank you, Ms. Mealy. Director Schwartz, did you have a question for staff, or is it a comment for deliberations?
I'll start with staff and deliberate later, but I guess I would ask Linda and Jen in particular. I think it's customary to see language best effort in statute, and as opposed to be more prescriptive. And having sat on the Committee on Legal Services for years and looking at rulemaking that's gone beyond the intent of the statute or more prescriptive than the statute intended, that I think a safer place is best effort. And because looking at the timing, that what's going to happen with local publications, et cetera. But we don't want to box ourselves in. That would just be, I guess my question being, I would like to identify language that is more customary in statute or rulemaking. in the form of best effort.
Thank you, Director Schwartz. Does staff or the AG's office want to respond?
I believe that would raise staff's comfort level with including this requirement, but that is something that is probably more properly the subject of board deliberation.
Thank you. Director Dutton, did you have a question for staff or comments for deliberations?
I had a question for staff. Thank you, Director Brody. I see your point. Jen and Linda and I totally understand, because I, in my day job, have to do a lot of noticing. We have to notice, just a lot of stuff throughout the year, budgets and board appointments and all those things. And so I can understand that there is a certain amount of local knowledge that goes into knowing which newspapers are weeklies or monthlies or dailies and how to get it through. And so I'm wondering, our district, I think it's pretty common practice, but our district passes a resolution at the beginning of every year that defines where we will publish notices. And then that's what I use to determine if it's a regional issue, I can use the regional paper, but if it's a local issue, then which paper covers which small town or which county. And I'm wondering if a similar process could be helpful here in alleviating the concern that you have. It's been my experience that whether it's a monthly, weekly, or daily paper, that they do their proof of publishes once a month. And so I think that from time of publish till you would know that everything went smoothly is about 45 days. And so if we could work that into our schedule here, I think it would be helpful. And I understand that this is a little bit of juggling here of how do we have this conversation gracefully and consider all the factors on the spot. But I think that going back to what Directors Brown and Trick, I think, are raising and are getting at is that I think for the success of this program, and especially with our relationship, the In-Stream Flow program's relationship with the broader community and continuing to have the community's support, I think it's important that we meet people where they're at. And the majority of the water users in my basin do not check their email regularly. And, it's phone calls and newspaper. And so while I see both sides, and I'm totally respective of the positions of staff here, because I'm in that same boat when I'm a staff person of getting that proof of publish. How can we find some kind of balance? And I'm wondering if that is I don't know if it's an annual resolution, that seems a little formal, but just kind of a list that we can help you with to say, if you need to notice something in Hinsdale County, put it in the Silver World or what have you, so that we can help you identify which newspapers are appropriate and what their timelines are. And I'm just wondering if that's a way that then you're not out there clamoring in the dark trying to figure out if a newspaper even exists, if we already have a list and have it defined, but then we still get that that ability to reach people out on the ground.
That sounds like it could be very helpful, but it also sounds like it might be a heavy lift for whoever's compiling the list, given that we don't know where these will happen. But staff would definitely not say no to that type of assistance. Thank you for bringing it up.
So I believe we've gotten through all the questions from folks who rung in. Are there any additional questions for staff that are appropriate for this point in our hearing procedure? And I do want to circle back to CWCB staff's request that I poll the directors to see if there are any questions on the statement of basis and purpose, because that is another piece that we will be approving today. Director Brown.
I apologize for doing this. I thought I had all my materials, but I can't find the statement of basis and purpose. Can you please link to it in the chat box so we can open it up? It's not in our packet.
Director Brown, do you have a link to the administrative record, or do you have the administrative?
do.
It's
I do. I
number
have it up.
13 in the administrative record. Oh.
Thank you, Director Trick.
Quick on the draw. Thank you, Director Trick. And may I just wanted to remind the board that the statement of basis and purpose is not a binding rule. Its function is to provide background and explanation for anyone who is reading the rules.
And another sort of procedural note is that to the extent that we make enough revisions to the rules, we will need to make sure that there aren't discrepancies between the rules and the statement of basis and purpose. So there will need to be some kind of conforming review based on whatever rules the board adopts to make sure the statement of basis and purpose is still current.
Thank you. And before we transition into deliberations, I just want to take a moment to thank and commend CWCB staff and all of the parties to today's rulemaking. I think Colorado's process of promulgating rules is somewhat unique. It is a very interactive process. It requires a lot of time and commitment on the part of the parties to engage in the stakeholder process, prepare their various statements and testimony. And I really do want to thank all of you for helping us make the rule better as best as it can possibly be, and for contributing your thoughts and your perspectives to today's rulemaking hearing. And with that, Hearing Officer Beatty, I believe we're ready to transition into deliberations.
Yes, so with no other presentations, we're now closing the closing statements part of the rulemaking hearing, and we are moving into board deliberations. A point of order for board deliberations from me. I met with John Watson to talk through the various issues that had come up during the presentations from our parties. And in a 20-minute period of time, it was hard for us to be able to actually redline that document. And so my proposal now is to go through the various changes as they were thrown out there, and to deploy a straw poll for those that aren't very obvious or that had sort of competing suggestions, to see where the board is leaning in terms of the changes that are suggested. And then we can determine using that straw poll whether or not there is something that is so significant, a specific change that is so significant that it would cause a no vote on the entire rule series. So I think kind of keep in mind whether or not the changes that have been proposed that aren't as clear as some others are changes that are so significant that if the straw poll doesn't look as though it's going the way that you would like it to, that you are a no vote on the entire rule. So I'm using that as sort of a frame for how we can have a discussion about the various proposals. I think most of them will go fairly smoothly. We've now seen at least one where there may be some more deliberation required.
And just a point of clarification for a hearing officer, do you want all directors to participate in the straw poll or just voting members of the board?
Just voting members of the board. Thank you.
Okay.
But for the deliberation purposes, everyone's voice is needed in the mix. So the board members that are ex officio non-voting should feel free to participate in deliberations, but not in voting.
Thank you.
So with that in mind, I think I'm just going to plow ahead. I guess if you have objections to that process, drop them in the chat. Otherwise, I'm going to start moving because we only have half an hour left, and I really thought we would do this in 3 hours. So let's roll. Not seeing anything in the chat. So Director Brody raised a series of what I call NITs and global changes. They are to conform 3 different issues throughout the document. One was the internal references to the rules and just make sure that we're using a similar method of citation. Another was the statutory references, make sure we're using a consistent method of citation. And the last was how we refer to CPW. I'm hoping everyone is comfortable with our moving forward with making revisions that that the CWCB staff will say is in conformance with the rest of the rules. So I heard Linda say that we usually use the CRS the first time we mention a statute and then eliminate it afterwards. So if we can get those clear rules in place, then we can make those changes. And I hope everyone is comfortable with some discretion there. So let's do a quick straw poll. Is everyone all right if we just make those nits, working closely with staff to make sure that what we're doing here conforms with the rest of the rules?
And I would just suggest, if not, just note it in the chat.
Okay. So straw poll wise, looks like folks are okay with global changes raised by Director Brody. The next issue that came up is 6K1B Romanet 2, raised by Director Brown to add the in-stream flow mailing list to the outreach that will be done and notice that will be provided based on the rules. If you have concerns, issues, or questions about this, please drop it in the chat. Okay, seeing none, straw poll suggests that is acceptable to folks. The next was Linda's comment, 6K1, now I can't read my notes. Linda, your comma?
Excuse me, 6K1E. After the word objection.
Any issues, please drop in the chat. Seeing none, sounds like we are coalescing around adding a comma to 6K1E. The next is 6K2D Romanet 3I. 6K2D Romanet 3I. So this is one that had several different competing suggestions. One was to add language that Director Brown mentioned, which was when offered and available. That would add the language offered and. Director Felt suggested changing offered and to made. And the River District proposed that this is a modification to the statutory language, which was went through a pretty significant amount of process, and the River District would prefer that language remain untouched. So the board now has several proposals before it, and I think it would be helpful for us to have an opportunity to discuss them.
And I do see one objection from Director Schwartz, so I agree that warrants further discussion. Do you want to have that discussion now, or should we complete the straw poll?
And then come back to the ones that are tougher? Okay, yes, let's do that. Let's actually see where we agree and then come back to the ones that are tougher. Thank you. So the next is 6K2F Romanet 2. That was Director Brown's suggestion to add the in-stream flow mailing list. Any objections, please drop that in the chat. Okay. So for the ones that are more controversial, we will indeed be coming back to them. So hang tight, folks. We're trying to figure out where we agree so we can focus on where we need to have more discussion. The next is 6K2F Romanet 2, Director Trick's suggestion to add newspaper publication as a requirement for notice. So if anyone wants to have further discussion, okay, I see that Director Schwartz has objected, so we will have further discussion on the newspaper publication inclusion. 6K2G Romanet I, Director Ryan requested that a change be made to the statute, to the language proposed, that required by be replaced with described in. And I'm wondering if there is anyone who has objections to that change to 6K2G Romanet. Oh no, 6K2G. 6K2I, sorry, it's 6K2I.
Seeing no objection there.
Okay, great. The next is 6K3. Director Brown proposed that we add that the rules incorporate language to allow for new programs to be developed. So adding other programs such as a water conservation, demand management, compact compliance, or water banking program. And also requested some kind of disclosure requirement so that if someone wants to enter into multiple programs, that they would actually be providing some kind of disclosure that they intend to do multiple programs, use multiple programs with their water rights. CPW expressed some concerns with those changes. And so I'm wondering where the board is and if you want to have further discussion on those proposed changes.
I do see an objection, so we should circle back to that one.
Okay. The next is 6M5D. Director Brown requested that we add notice to the in-stream flow mailing list. Does anyone have any concerns about adding that requirement?
I'm seeing no objection there.
Okay, so I have three proposed changes that we will be returning to. The first is what to do about the notion about storage in 6K2D Romanet 3, what to do about newspaper publication in 6K2F Romanet 2, and then what to do about other programs such as a disclosure requirement for 6K3. Anyone have a preference around what order we take these in? I'm inclined to take them in the order they appear in the rules. So let's go with 6K2D Romanet 3 on the offer of stored water.
And Director Brown, was your comment on that provision or a subsequent provision?
It's on this one, Madam Chair.
Sure.
I was just going to withdraw my offered language, and I'm okay with the when made available language. And I will just note that my issue with this, again, is that it seems to be clear to the people that participated in the rulemaking and perhaps those that participated in the bill language, the bill process. And perhaps it's even clear to our current staff, but we are making rules in perpetuity unless they're changed. And I think it's still unclear to me whether this means that at any given time, if stored water is available when we have a renewable loan, that stored water would be activated, that staff would have to go and seek that stored water out instead of using the direct flow water. So I'm happy to hear comments on that, but I just wanted to remind the board, since that was several hours ago when I raised the point, that that's my concern.
Thank you, Director Brown. Director Schwartz, was your comment on this provision?
It is. So I thank you, Madam Chair. So I appreciate the insight and the concern, but this is the language of the statute. And I don't think that it is really in our purview, the ability to go beyond that language and make a further interpretation when it was vetted through the entire statutory process, through the General Assembly. And again, Having sat through so many assessments of rulemaking as part of the Committee on Legal Services, that to be over prescriptive, if this is a problem, we can recommend a statutory change in the future. But I have trouble making this interpretation if it goes beyond the legislative intent. So I think that this is the language from the statute, and I would not make any amendment to it.
To provide a little bit of context for Director Schwartz's comments, the Committee on Legal Services is a legislative committee that looks at all of the rules that are adopted in a particular year and compares those rules to their statutory authorization to make sure that they are appropriate. And that committee can they have staff that can challenge the rules and then send you back to the drawing board to start all over again. So when she's referring to that committee, I wanted to make sure you all were aware of that process.
And Hearing Officer Beatty, I'm wondering if we need an opinion or clarification as to whether the proposed change is something within our purview or whether we need to stick with the statutory language.
I mean, this entire exercise is interpreting statutory language and trying to operationalize it at a more granular level. So, from my perspective, I'm inclined to understand where Director Brown is coming from in terms of the fact that, this seems to be possible to be interpreted in two different ways. One way is to require staff to run thundering around trying to figure out if there's stored water that's available when water's offered to them. And the other is to create a prioritization when there are competing offers in a particular stream reach. So I think I think it's legally permissible for the board to consider here whether that sort of range of interpretations is problematic enough that it requires clarification.
Thank you. Director Brown, did you want to respond? And then Director Felt?
I do. Thanks, Madam Chair. And with respect, Director Schwartz, part of the reason why I'm being a stickler on this is because my basin developed a fairly obstinate reaction to some ISF language from the 70s, which caused almost a 4-year period of heartache. And where we can make clarifications that someone in 40 years doesn't have to read the legislative record to understand what the intent was here, I think that we should, and I think we should be clear about it. So that's an additional, I guess, comment that I have on why I would like to see this language clarified.
Thank you. Director Felt?
Yeah, I agree that this needs to be clarified. I think it didn't come to us in a form that is not, or it came to us in a form that's open to interpretation. I see that. And just as regards that interpretation, I think from my perspective, stored water has, in my experience, there are typically many variables one looks at that are eliminated with stored water versus direct flow water in terms of how the kinds of impacts, unforeseen impacts or injury, I guess you could call it, that could occur in the context of these loans. And so I definitely think that it feels right to me that the directive was aimed at achieving that, but it sounds crazy that you would be constantly double checking to see if anybody's got any stored water they'd rather use, that this would be each time there's an application. But I do agree with the premise that stored water, I think, works a lot better for this than just using direct flow water.
Thank you, Director Felt. Are we in agreement? And if not, Hearing Officer Beatty, I'm wondering if what we should do once we close deliberations, if there are issues on which we don't have resolution, the proponents of the change could propose those as amendments by motion, and then we can vote on the amendments and then vote on the final version as amended. Does that make sense?
Your suggestion is to move forward with the language unamended and then ask for someone to propose an amendment.
My suggestion, we've got 3 that are potentially controversial here. We may be able to resolve them through deliberations. We may not have unanimity through the straw poll process. And I'm wondering if on any for which we do not have unanimity, if they should be proposed as amendments for specific vote. And then depending on the outcome of those votes, we will vote on the final version with any accepted amendments.
I think that's acceptable. And then from a process perspective, that will actually require somebody to make a motion.
Okay. Director Schwartz, I wanted to circle back to you to see if the additional back and forth has resolved your concern, or if this is one that we should propose for formal amendment vote.
Thank you for circling back. And I think that this language, when made available, I would assume does not violate the legislative intent, but facilitates the application of the statute. And I will withdraw my objection.
So then it may be appropriate for a straw poll at this point. I'm hearing some coalescing around when made available. If anyone has any concerns, and again, these straw polls are informal and not binding, just a sense of whether or not it's acceptable for us to move on, is the language when made available acceptable? Or if not, drop it in the chat.
Yeah.
Okay, then I think we're off to newspaper publication. We have 6K2F Romanet 2 and a proposal to require newspaper publication in addition to the other forms of notice that this rule language requires. And I did hear staff offer best efforts to publish, or where feasible, language that would soften it from a binding requirement that could be used to oppose a proposed project for notice failure to something that is encouraged, but not designed to hang up these projects. And we also had feedback from the parties that this requirement could make these projects harder, also balanced against the notion that outreach and transparency is important. So I think what I would like to propose is it possible that the language offered by staff, either best efforts or where feasible, is acceptable for those who feel that this kind of publication and notice is important?
I saw a comment from Director Schwartz and then Director Trick.
I'd like to comment that, again, you want to have these rules be able to be applicable over time. And I think that this narrowness of local publications, I think best effort is considered satisfactory language. It kind of endures over time, and we have the ability to question and have oversight in our processes. And I think that it's just really fraught with complication and problems. and conflict over which papers, when it's in, monthly, weekly. It is, I really think that is acceptable language, best effort, and we have oversight over its application.
Thank you, Director Schwartz. Director Brown? I'm sorry, Director Trick was next, and then we'll move to Director Brown.
Thank you. I appreciate everyone's thoughts and discussion on this. And the purpose of me bringing that up was not to try to throw a wrench in the process or put unreasonable burdens on staff. It really is coming from the place of living in rural areas where broadband is an issue. People don't always have access to email. A lot of farmers and ranchers don't check email except for once a week. People in these areas really do still rely on local newspapers to provide them notice, especially as regards to water court and things of that nature. So, and for example, this morning I had my own issues with internet access where I was having connectivity and my internet went out and I had to join this meeting through a hotspot when I first joined this meeting. So I can tell you that broadband access is still very much an issue in areas such as this. So it comes from that place. I do believe that we want to err on the side of providing more notice rather than less. And I do agree that in the interest of not holding up a project or providing some unreasonable basis for a legal challenge to the project, that the best efforts language can work for the concern I'm trying to address.
Thank you, Director Trick. Director Brown was next, and then Director Felt, you're on deck.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks, Director Trick. I won't take up additional time except to say that many of the folks here in Division 6 read the legals ceremoniously. And so I think it is a really good way to cover our ground, and maybe most importantly to this board, an excellent reaction to the need for transparency, especially as our state continues to grow and we continue to experience divides between our rural and urban populace. I think it's just one way that it shows that we're making our best effort. And I can't say it better than Director Dutton, and I even wrote it down, to meet people where they're at. And so I'll end with that. Thank you.
Director Brown, would you be comfortable with this being a best efforts provision, or do you believe there needs to be a hard requirement for publication?
I think best efforts suffices for the rules. And I think that we can deal with our expectations and how, I think staff always does an excellent job, but this speaks to so many issues we've seen with staff doing a great job explaining to us what their public outreach is. So I think they'll take note that we want to hear where it was published. And I don't think there's any circumstance where there's not a nearest newspaper, at least still now in 2021. So I know I'm not answering your question. I guess I could go either way if anybody else feels strongly that it needs to be stronger, but this covers it now, and I have every faith in staff to do their best job there, and that the directors will help them if there's ever any question in their division, especially.
Thank you, Director Brown. Director Felt?
Yeah, just speaking from one of my other roles as a county commissioner, publication in newspapers, even when you're doing it locally with the same newspaper week after week, year after year, is still a challenge. And their policies and timing changes. You're relying on someone at the CWCB end and at the newspaper end to get it right, to get it in the issue that you wanted, or you run into situations where things don't quite hit your timeline and you get pushed back. And we've had, I can't even name it, but we're currently in a very controversial issue here that a lot of it stems back to the fact that it didn't get noticed right in the beginning, and what should have taken 2 months has taken a year and a half. So I think, best effort is great. I think we should always do that. I think we should also continue to try to develop some sort of master list of interested parties or something where we can just continually push this stuff out and make it more widely available to people. I understand the rural issues, and maybe that would be where we put more of our best efforts, is into the areas that they aren't that hard to figure out, where you're apt to have the broadband problems and that sort of thing. But I hate to tie our hands to absolutely committing to publishing all of these, especially when they're time sensitive, because it can really bite you and just be, end up deep sixing the whole effort when, when there really maybe wasn't even going to be any opposition in the first place, or very little.
Thank you, Director Felt. Director Dutton.
Thank you, Director Brody. I'm wondering if adding a little more specificity would actually give staff some more cover, because I think that where, the if possible or the nearest possible recognizes that potential for a newspaper to either not be existent or to go away after we pass these rules. But I'm wondering then if we're putting staff in an awkward position of, just thinking off the top of my head, that if in my basin, if there was something in South Fork and the weekly went away, so then you have the regional paper, the Valley Courier, but it's in Alamosa, what's nearest? Is Alamosa nearest? Or if it goes away, then, do they need to put it in the Pueblo Chieftain? And so I'm just trying to think about, how we can help with staff. And I wonder if we should add a little bit more detail and say something along the lines of publication in a newspaper with distribution in the county where the the affected stream flow, or something to kind of narrow it in, that we're talking about local. We're talking about, is there a paper either based in the county or that has distribution in that county, so that we're not getting into the vagueness of nearest.
Thank you, Director Dutton. I believe Director Schwartz rang in, and then Director Trick.
Thank you. And I would imagine that this hearing is a matter of record, and we are giving sufficient direction, insight, intent to staff and to the background of this issue of best effort, without being too narrow and too prescriptive. And again, because in-stream flow notices go beyond the other kinds of notice, that I would imagine we don't need to be any more prescriptive than the legislation intended. So to implement it, that I think we're giving sufficient insight to staff that this issue of local notice is important to us in the newspaper of record, and that will change over time, and the interpretation of that will probably change over time. Will it only be the Pueblo Chieftain? So I would just say that we already have our intent in the record at this point, and I wouldn't suggest going any more narrow.
Thank you, Director Trick, and then Director Ryan.
Yeah, I was just gonna add, I like Heather's suggestion. I think, if we did want to be specific, which may not be necessary, but we could probably cover it with the county or, the water division or something along those lines. That was the only thing I wanted to offer.
Thank you, Director Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to add one thing. I'm thinking about, excuse me, how this fits in with the state engineer's process. And I just want to point one thing out to the board members as you're thinking about this. It goes toward process for the board a little bit. And I want to look at 6KG, I believe it is, at the bottom of page 6. And that's where the board takes the state engineer's determination of no injury, and I believe then authorizes the staff to move forward with executing the agreement. So that seems to be a very important provision in the rules that we would look at. Now, the state engineer's determination on injury, according to the statute, is the state engineer is going to look at whether notice has been given. The applicant has the statute says the applicant has submitted proof to the state engineer in a form and manner, et cetera, that the SWSP notification list was notified and the registered agent of a ditch company was notified. So whatever changes we make in the rules or you all make in the rules, as far as notifying the in-stream flow list and publishing it in a newspaper, by statute, the state engineer is not really going to be looking at that, or at least not using that as a determination or a reason to not proceed with that evaluation. So I'm just suggesting maybe consider that along with this, there needs to be some point, and maybe it is in G, that the board would evaluate whether that in-stream flow list was noticed. I know we're not talking about that now, but and also that the newspaper publication happened, because it doesn't look by statute that the state engineer would be doing it. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment.
So we are about 8 minutes over where we were supposed to be. And I have a proposal for process for moving forward. I think it's Director Brody, you comfortable with a suggestion about where we are now and where I think we can go from here?
Please.
So I would love to straw poll this issue since it doesn't look like there are other comments. I think what I would like to straw poll is some language that says that the staff will conduct publication notice in a newspaper and use that sort of best efforts language around it so that it gives them space for them to do the investigations that they need to. And if there isn't a local newspaper, to be able to say, we tried and here's why we were unable to. So I would love to see if that sounds acceptable, and let me clarify, because that was a bit of a word salad. We would add newspaper publication subject to best efforts, and we can work on that language later, but if that's acceptable, I'd love to know if it's not acceptable by dropping something in the chat. Director Schwartz.
Again, I would like to insert some may language, which may include newspaper publications, best effort to publish news. Using may as opposed to shall, again gives us that legal protection.
If anyone objects to the clarification from Director Schwartz, please drop it in the chat.
Yeah.
So let me propose this. It looked like we had moved along that best efforts and publication are desired, and that we should look at what the language looks like. So this actually goes to what I'm about to propose, because we have one other issue, that's 6K3. I would love to see if we can have a conversation about 6K3 and get through that and then break for lunch. And between lunch and the reports from the directors, we can have John Watson and CWCB staff propose red lines and then bring those red lines back to the board after the director's presentations at the end of the day. and run through those red lines and see if they work and vote at the end of the meeting at the end of today.
If anyone has an objection to that process, please note it in the chat. Seeing no objection, I appreciate your suggestion, Hearing Officer Beatty, and sounds like we'll go with it.
Okay, so I think just to be a little really formalistic, we are looking at moving a final vote and the rest of the deliberations and a final vote to after agenda item 21.
Yes.
Okay, so the last issue is 6K3, and the suggestions here were other programs such as, and some disclosure, some kind of disclosure language. And Linda saying that she was spitballing and didn't want us to use the language she proposed actually gave some really nice language, which was the owner of a water right can a water right loan will inform the board of subsequent participation in any such program. So do we want to open it up so that other programs that come online can be used? And do we want to ask for a disclosure? So that's the proposal on the table. If there are objections to other programs such as and disclosure language, please drop a note in the comments. Lunchtime.
All right.
It seems to me as though that those changes are acceptable to folks. So straw poll wise, but not formal vote wise. So where we are now is all of these changes will be handed off to John Watson to coordinate with staff to bring a red line version back after agenda item 21.
And just to clarify, we're going to keep the record open for the time being. Okay.
I mean, unless the board's preference is to close the record and reopen it after agenda item 21, it's essentially what that means is you won't be receiving any other information during this period. I hope you won't receive it anyway, but to be formal, you could close the record and reopen it at 21, but I think it's acceptable to keep the record open. So if you object to keeping the record open, please drop something in the chat. Okay, we'll see you after agenda item 21 on this topic. Thanks everybody for a really helpful process.
So that brings us to our lunch break. We are a bit behind schedule. So I'm wondering, do we want to shorten the lunch break to half an hour and come back?
I think we try to stay on point with timing, if you're okay with that, Director Brody.
It's fine with me. If anybody has a strong objection, please let me know. I'm seeing thumbs up. So we will take our break and reconvene at 12:45. Thank you. Director Hawkins, welcome back.
Thank you, Director Brody. And it looks like we are ready to get started. So welcome back. We are on agenda item 20, Basin Director's Report, and we're starting in the Arkansas River today. Director Felt.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to start with just a little bit of snowpack stuff. If we can get that up on the screen. Yeah, okay. Let's see. Yeah, let's go to that left-hand one, if we could, Viola or Vivian. Okay, great. So can you hear me okay? Good. Okay, great. So just wanted to talk a little bit about snowpack stuff here and a little more about maybe how we measure it or interpret it and the ramifications that has in a dynamic situation like we find ourselves in these days. So this first graph, these first two graphs are put out by Southeastern Colorado Water Conservancy District. Garrett Marcus is our hydrological engineer, and he works on this stuff. And these are, these different lines represent different, mostly low water years, frankly. Even the big ones here aren't really that big compared to the really big years in our history. So it's a skewed presentation, but the black line is our long-term average. And you can see too that average though is actually only goes through 2010. And we've had three significantly low, actually kind of four significantly low water years since then, 12, 13, 18, and 20, that aren't part of the historic median, that black line. So really, I think the black line, it may be actually a little higher or a little bigger of a curve than our current curve would be. But regardless, you can see that we're tracking below average. And this is sort of an average of mainly upper basin snowtell sites. And then you can see, you know, kind of different ways you could project out into the different years here. And then where it says imported in parentheses next to each year there down the right side, that would be FryArc imports. So imports from the Frying Pan Basin, with our average being 58,000 acre feet a year. So right there, you can see a lot of these are below average years. In fact, really all of them, but 2016 is about average. Also of import, if you can see it, is along the bottom of the screen there are the months. And I think of importance there is that you can see years like 2012 and 2002, where we leveled out in March and April and just didn't really add any more snow. And then look where we start dropping there at for some reason I can't see the bottom of my screen, but it's in early April. Those are the really tough years, and it really speaks to, I think, you know, the impact of spring snows in a basin like ours for sure. That if you level out in March and start dropping, you're toast. Where there have been some years that have really shot up. It's not in our long-term forecast for sure, from what I'm seeing, but this is a representation of where we are compared to recent years. And then, real quickly, if you could show the next slide. So this is a very similar looking picture, but this is from the FryArc collection basin. So this is over on the Frying Pan side of the divide, in the kind of little sub drainages where the collection system is set up, the canals and things that then bring the water through the Boosted Tunnel and over to Turquoise. And just pointing out that according to our measurements, they're actually doing a little better over there than we are in the upper Arkansas Basin in terms of their percentage of median. But we are still tracking pretty well below average, and it is just a point of real concern for us because this is a so far shaping up as a dry year on the heels of a dry year. And so last year, where we had, particularly in the upper basin, dry as it was, we had our flow program in full operation. So we were able to maintain good, reliable, boatable flows in the Arkansas through August 15th because of flow augmentation with the Fry Arc project and with the help of our friends at Pueblo Board of Waterworks. And it's amazing how just having the river up gives the illusion that you're not in a drought. And that was also enhanced by the fact that while there was just unbelievable wildfires going on, we didn't really have them in our particular basin this year or last year. And so really, it's funny how people just perceive things, but we were in a severely dry year, but it didn't feel that way because the river was flowing and river recreation was taking place at a pretty good clip. Let's go to the third one here, Vivian. All right, now this, I don't know if we can scroll, get that whole thing on there or not. I might have to shrink it down, but I'm sure this kind of graph is really familiar to everybody, the SNOTEL sites for the different basins. And, it gives you the different SNOTEL sites and their elevations, and then, two different kinds of numbers, right? One is actual current inches of snow water equivalent, that first column of pretty much single digit numbers with the decimal behind them. And then you move over a couple columns and then you get into a percentage. So more of a comparative number versus just a raw number. And those percentages of average are really interesting because, for example, if you go to the second column from the right, the percent of today's median. So that is percent of average, for today compared to normal. And, it's an interesting thing. If you add up all those numbers, I think there's 9 of them there, and you divide by 9, you don't get 94, that the average at the bottom, the basin index. So we obviously have weighted the different sites differently. And that makes sense, right? Because some SNOTEL sites are going to be more important than others. But it definitely is deceptive because when you look at the upper basin, we focus on Fremont Pass, which is actually over the pass on the other side of the divide, but Fremont Pass, the Brumley site over by Independence, and then to a little bit lesser extent, Porphyry Creek, which is up by Monarch. And I'm just going to talk about this a little more. The formula that I use is I take 2 times Brumley plus 2 times Fremont plus 1 times Porphyry and then divide by 5. So in other words, we weight Fremont and Brumley more than we do Porphyry. And that gives me a number that has historically, in my experience, worked pretty well. That average is 75.4 right now, just to give you a sense. So this is my estimation of, given current snow, what's going to flow under the F Street Bridge in Salida, or what's going to flow through Wellsville, which is our gauge of the upper end of Bighorn Sheep Canyon between Salida and Canyon City. It is really, the reason I want to mention this, I know we all are talking about drought and stuff, but what I think is important here is that even when you try and do an apples to apples comparison, like I do with my formula and stuff, I'm doing it on a moving landscape that is changing, right? We have conceivably, or not conceivably, but apparently climate change is having impacts, and we can guess what those are, but we don't know for sure. There's a variety of them, but it's probably not very good. And then the other thing is that some of these numbers get reset periodically. And Director Ryan could probably speak better to that than I do, but every 10 years or so, they reset what these average numbers are. And so if you're looking at it over time, the actual impact, in my experience, is greater than what the numerical impact is sort of shown to be with these percentages of average, because average keeps getting lower and lower and lower, and it throws things off. And so all this is to say that discussions that we have had before and that we've certainly had in our basin about this, the use of LIDAR to be able to actually measure how much snow is there as opposed to a few data points, right? My whole thing's based off 3 data points. Makes a lot more sense because over time, like your average snow line is probably increasing in elevation. And that affects when the snow will come off and how quickly, where the majority of the snow is. So I'm really, I just wanted to make that point, really encouraging that we continue to the extent the budget allows to work on the LIDAR question. A couple other things just to bring to your attention. We've been working on our BIP update. We have over 700 projects in our database, with 365 of those being active, meaning they're conceptual or planning or they're being implemented. 154 of those 365 were added in this 2020 update to our list. So, say 40% new projects have been added to the list. So we've been doing a lot of outreach throughout the basin. It's hard to connect with people in a year like this, but we've been doing it. And that project is coming along. I've also been doing a fair bit of outreach myself. I had thought I'd be able to do that in person over the course of the year, and I finally gave up, and I've just been reaching out through the roundtable. And in addition to Upper Ark and Southeastern, who I talk to a lot, I've met with the Donala Water and Sanitation. I'm meeting in a couple weeks with Pikes Peak Regional Water Authority, Parkville up in the Leadville area, and having some conversations with Lower Ark on some a study they're doing on best practices for how to sort of frame up how to handle best lessons learned, I guess, from past buy and dry type situations where mistakes were made and how we can do a better job with that. Beyond that, I just want to say thanks to Jim Yan. He was really nice and really welcoming to me that first and only meeting I've had with all of you. And he has continued to reach out at times like the holidays and so on with his texts and things, and just really made me feel welcome. And I'm really sorry that we won't get to spend time in person working together, as I hopefully will soon with the rest of you. And but thank you, Jim, for making me feel welcome and for all your work all these years. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Director Felt. Are there any questions? I'm seeing none. Just thanks for the opportunity to learn more about your basin, Director Felt. We'll move on to City and County of Denver, Director Brody.
Thank you, Director Hawkins. First of all, Happy New Year, everyone. It's good to see you, and I'm looking forward to being able to see you all in person. Our roundtable too is very busy on the basin implementation plan update. If we could go back to my slides, Vivian. Thank you. I wanted to give you an update on a project that is being led by the City and County of Denver, but with a lot of support from the Greenway Foundation and some support from CWCB. So, good. So we'll work out the slides issues. But in the meantime, some of you, Jim in particular, may remember a grant that was approved several years ago. It may have even been 2014. It was a $450,000 grant that CWCB gave to the Greenway Foundation to kick off an ecosystem study for the South Platte River through the entire Denver reach. And I'm really thrilled to be able to report to you that as part of the massive appropriations bill, the 2,100-page bill that passed Congress at the end of December, on page 1,558 was an appropriation for the City and County of Denver to spend $344 million to implement the Urban Waterways South Platte River Restoration Program. So that's a 60% funding commitment from the federal government that will be invested in the South Platte River to improve the habitat all along that corridor and also to provide enhanced flood protection and mitigation for all of the people who live within that reach, and in particular, all the people and structures within the floodplain of the South Platte River. It's hard to know sometimes how the money that we as a board invest in these study efforts translates, but here I would say that's a pretty incredible return on investment. It's going to take many years for the city to implement the program, but it was really exciting to see that appropriation. All in all, it's going to be about a $500 million undertaking, but will make a huge impact on habitat quality, water quality, and flood protection throughout the city and county of Denver. So happy to share those fantastic results with you, and to thank the board, frankly, for having the foresight several years ago to invest in this effort. I don't know if we can get back to the slides, Vivian. So go to the next one. I also wanted to update you on another important water quality issue and frankly public health issue, which is the lead and copper rule. Some of you may remember about a year and a half ago, I reported that the EPA was promulgating a draft rule to do a major overhaul, frankly, of the lead and copper rule, with the goal of getting more lead service lines out of public water systems to protect consumers against the public health risks of lead exposure through drinking water. And right at the 11th hour and 59th minute of the Trump administration, they promulgated the final lead and copper rule. It came out in the Federal Register on January 15th. And similar to the draft, it creates what's now called a trigger level. So at 10 parts per billion of lead, instead of the prior action level of 15, public water systems will have to start taking additional measures to try to reduce lead concentrations in their system. There's also changes to the sampling protocols, which will effectively mean that even utilities that are now well under that action level, because of these changes to how sampling is carried out, many more will exceed that trigger level and potentially even the action level, which again will force them to take additional measures to reduce lead concentrations. One of the early steps that all public water systems will have to take if they have more than 50,000 people in their system is that they will have to create inventories of all of the lead lines, whether the utility owns them or not, which is going to be a pretty big undertaking. I think there are probably a lot of public water utilities who are kind of going like this and hoping they don't have any lead lines in their system, but even if it's just a component piece of the service line, that still counts as a lead line under the new rule, and they will be required to inventory that and essentially make that information available to the public and to their customers so that people know whether they may be exposed to lead through drinking water. There's also new affirmative requirements that utilities replace not just the portions of the line that they own, but also work with private property owners to replace those portions of the lines owned by the property owner themselves. And just as a reminder, in Denver, in our system, the entire service line is owned by the property owner, not the utility. But nonetheless, even in our case, EPA is directing that the utility is responsible if you hit those trigger levels to start removing those lines and to figure out how to make that happen. There's modifications to the corrosion control rules, new public education requirements, and also coordination requirements to conduct sampling in schools and daycare facilities so that we know whether children, and especially young children, are potentially being exposed to lead through drinking water in their daycare facilities or in their schools. If we could go to the next slide. So just to put in context why this matters, this is a chart showing our system's results for lead and copper sampling since 1997. And you can see that there are many years where, based on our prior sampling, we would have exceeded that trigger level. And we had that 1 year in 2012 where we exceeded the action level, which was why we were being directed to take more proactive measures, more aggressive measures to control lead in our system. And I'm really happy to report, and you can see this on the far right of the chart, the two lowest levels that we've had in this entire stretch are the results from this year. In the spring of this year is when we implemented the enhanced pH adjustment as part of our lead reduction program variance that was approved by EPA. You can start to see the impact of that pH adjustment. Our levels came down to 6.7. And then in the second half of the year, which I think is more reflective of the system being optimized for corrosion control, we were at 4.2, which again is a huge improvement just based on that pH adjustment alone. And if we could go to the next slide. What that means in terms of overall lead exposure for our customers in our system. So when we were exploring doing the lead reduction program as an alternative to orthophosphate, which is what we were originally directed to do, we developed what we call the equivalency model to be able to predict how effective our alternative approach would be as compared against orthophosphate. And based on the many studies that were done over several years, that red line up top is what we predicted the results of orthophosphate to be over time. And the little diamond on the left is where we projected we would be at the end of 2020 had we implemented orthophosphate. So we would have come down a little bit, but it really takes time, frankly, for the orthophosphate to have an effect. And the other thing that you're seeing here is that even without the lead reduction program, there are a certain number of lines that come out on average across our system due to property redevelopments, due to lines just breaking and needing to be replaced. And also as part of Denver Water's main replacement program, whenever we replaced a main, we would also go ahead and replace any lead service lines connected to that main. So had we implemented orthophosphate, that top red line is the projected result over time of lead concentrations at that 90th percentile, which is what EPA measures. You also see farther down, there's a series of lines that are in various colors, blue and yellow and green, that represent what we projected the results of the lead reduction program to be. And the main difference across those lines is we didn't know how many people would actually use the filters, the pitcher filters that we were distributing effectively. So those lines represent different adoption rates of filter utilization. So we projected that, even if only half the people use their filter effectively, that plus pH, plus the accelerated line removal would have a pretty dramatic impact on decreasing the lead concentrations that our customers were experiencing across our system. Down at the very bottom on the left-hand side is a little purple diamond, and that is in actuality where we landed at the end of 2020. So we did better than all of the projections that we had made before approval of the variance. And there are a couple of reasons for that. One is that the pH adjustment was more effective than what we had predicted in our modeling based on the studies we had done. And two is people were actually better at using their pitcher filters than we had planned or assumed. So all of those combined show you the delta between what orthophosphate would have meant in terms of lead concentrations for our customers and where we actually ended up with the lead reduction program. We're calculating that 90th percentile to be under 3 parts per billion, which is a pretty spectacular result when you compare that against where we've been historically and where we were projected to be based on orthophosphate treatment. And I believe that's the last slide. All that to say, we care deeply about both public health and also environmental health within our system. The South Platte River is a vital resource to Denver, as well as to those downstream of us. And to that end, Jim, I'm going to miss working with you on the board. I think the first meeting I attended was in your basin, and you were such a gracious host. And you've been so kind and have really taught me a lot over the last year and a half. And I appreciate it. And I hope we'll stay in touch and know that we will continue to do our part to send you good, clean water down the river. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Brody. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to the Rio Grande. Director Dutton.
Thank you, Director Hawkins, and welcome back. Good to see you on the screen again. I have some slides. Oh, here we go. I didn't want to bore you guys with the SWE graph, and so I'm going to show you my annual pictures of some personal snow survey. Things are okay down here with the most recent storm that came over the weekend. The snow water equivalent is sitting at 105% of normal. And so I feel really lucky, especially looking around the state. And it's just I'm kind of actually struggling with this because the Rio Grande is never the highest. We're never in a good situation when so many other basins are doing poor. And so definitely feeling fortunate to have the snowpack, but also I'm feeling, just kind of fingers crossed and feeling nervous because this is where we were last year at the January meeting in Denver. I was reporting that we were at 110% of average, and we were pretty excited about it. And then everything stopped in March and April, and we ended up with about 55% of average stream flows. And so again, grateful for what we have, but not at all feeling like we're out of the woods given last year's dry conditions and the dry soils that are undoubtedly going to take a lot of that moisture. But I have been doing my part to do my personal snow survey to check on the snowpack, because I didn't want you guys to feel like no one had been up there checking on things. So it's all for you, really, that I spend my weekends in the backcountry. So here is this was my view for about an hour on Sunday when I got separated from my dad and was in quite a mess with some pretty unstable snowpack. Vivian, next slide, please. The skiers and snowmobilers in the bunch will know what that means. It's, we definitely have had some beautiful snowpack, and when you're getting face shots and everything's flowing up, it's pretty great. So we've been again enjoying it and really happy to have that frozen water up there. Next slide, please. And for those who aren't skiers and snowmobilers to be able to recognize what beautiful powder looks like, I thought I'd just show this. If you can't look at a snowmobile track and judge snowpack, well, when there's a man standing up to his waist, things are pretty happy. So yeah, we've still been getting out down here and really enjoying winter time. I think those of you that know me know that snow season is my favorite. So we've had some great experiences with friends and family so far. Next slide, please, Vivian. Just wanted to share, our district started putting out this map. I personally have always wanted to be able to see a map with everything in one place. You can click around on all the snow tells yourself and see all the totals, but then they go away on the interactive map. And so I've always wanted to be able to kind of be able to take a step back and really look and see where the snow patterns were heaviest and not over the basin. And so you can check us out on the San Luis Valley Water Conservancy District's Facebook page. We'll be updating this throughout the year. And so you can see the storm totals as well as the total depth and the SWE numbers. So pretty exciting to see that 26 inches up on Wolf Creek Pass, and it's snowing up there now. So I'm going to go up tomorrow for you guys just to check it out. Next slide, please. This is my placeholder slide. It's just a very pretty picture so that I can give you guys some updates. Our basin roundtable continues to meet on the GoToMeeting site provided by CWCB. So we really appreciate that that's available. We meet monthly, and an exciting thing that's still happening is through our education efforts. Our local PEPO liaison and education specialist, Bethany Howell, has been putting out podcasts. So be sure to check those out. They've been about a lot of different topics, but really interesting. And she's interviewing people from all over the basin about different topics. And so they're pretty great. So be sure to check those out when you have a chance. We've also decided to update our grant process to consider WSRF proposals. And so starting this year, we're asking that anybody who might be a project proponent bring forward their projects at the March meeting so that we can see them all in one place rather than kind of seeing things as they get developed. And so even if someone is maybe not totally organized, doesn't have all the details figured out, we want to at least be able to know what's kind of coming down the pipeline and have an idea for the next year or two. And so in March it should be really exciting and interesting to see all of the upcoming projects. And then that's where, as a community, we can really prioritize and rank them, and using the BIP update sheets and ranking protocol for the first time. So that will be exciting for us. And so I think it's good. I think this is an example of when, resources get tight, people really dial in and get more efficient and more creative. And so we're seeing that there. And I think it'll be really interesting. So if anybody wants to join, it'll be on GoToMeeting again. So you're welcome to see kind of what that process looked like and what kind of projects we're working on. The biggest news, and I wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about the rules and regulations that are coming into effect on March 15th of this year. Director Ryan talked about them, and that has been pretty much nonstop my focus and many other people's focus for the last probably half a year. It's been a process for over a decade, but for the last half year, it's been just a fever pitch trying to help get everybody in compliance. And I wanted to spend some time just talking about this in my director's report, because just wanted to encourage all of the other board members and any of the public that's listening in to really pay attention to what's going on in the Rio Grande Basin and to the process that we are in the middle of. And, this is it's an example of where a scarcity of resources has necessitated rules. And so we are entering an era now where, in addition to having all of our rivers be over appropriated and under strict compact administration, on March 15th, all non-exempt groundwater uses will have to comply with the rules and regulations that were promulgated by the state engineers. And so this means that wells in Division 3 have three options. They can join or create their own plan of augmentation. They can join a groundwater management subdistrict, or they can shut off. So we're getting down to the wire here where people need to take action. And so the effect of this is, after March 15th, all non-exempt wells will have their injurious depletions to the river and other impacts to the aquifers replaced. And all of these wells will also be metered. And those meters have to be reported to the state, to the Division of Water Resources every year. And so, as you can imagine, this is a very hectic time. DWR sent out over 200 letters a few weeks ago to people who own 300 wells that still have not got into compliance. And so, as we've been sitting here, my phone and email are blowing up, because one of their options is to join the regional augmentation plan I manage. But I just really wanted to highlight that for you all, and really, note that as we're having conversations about other areas in the state and what administration and compact compliance and groundwater sustainability looks like, there is a pretty good example of one option down here. And so it's something for folks to pay attention to and really be thinking about. Moving on to staff, I wanted to take a second to really commend all the DNR staff for your grace and resilience in the last year. You guys I've said it before, but I just want to emphasize how everyone has continued to show so much professionalism and just flexibility and adapting to not only changing work situations with the COVID pandemic, but we it seems like there are more things happening faster, and the ability for the CWCB staff to respond to whether it's drought or fire or, conversations around demand management. You guys always show up, and you do with incredible integrity and professionalism. So thank you for that. I especially want to commend Becky for her leadership and, above all, her kindness in helping people to adapt, because it's been stressful for everyone. And, Becky, you continue to impress and just represent us so well. So thank you, Becky. I especially wanted to thank Chris Sturm and Kevin Hauk and everyone else. I read in the Watershed Restoration Program grants that 7 other staff looked at those grant applications. So whoever those other staff were, thank you guys. I think that you did a great job of sorting through timely projects. And I really appreciated that part of the criteria was noting not just what good projects were, but them also being shovel ready. I think that's important for us as we're thinking about allocating scarce resources. So thank you all for your work on that. It's not easy to make those tough calls. And I think that the way you did it was really, really well thought out and targeted, and just wanted to commend you for that. I also really wanted to commend everybody in the in-stream flow, the stream and lake protection section, and all of the attorneys, and, just that whole team. You guys, in short, have had a big meeting. The workshop on Friday was so helpful to me personally, and I've the other board members have expressed the same, but thank you guys for the extra time to put that together and help us to get comfortable and to understand the complexity of the Poudre augmentation plan. We're really plowing new ground there, and then with the rulemaking today for many of us. And so I just can't say enough to how much I appreciate the staff's work on this. And I just want to commend you for everything that you've put in. And in addition, the January meeting is always a pretty big in-stream flow meeting. So to add these other things, I would hope that this afternoon and maybe all day tomorrow, you take a real big nap, because you've done a lot in the last few days. So thank you. Did want to also hit on the Colorado River news and just really thank Becky and Director Greenberg for pushing back against the reports that came out earlier this year about the Colorado River, and especially the New York Times article that focused on investment companies and the Colorado River. And I thought that this article was really flawed in that it leans so heavily on the old notion that the best use of the resources can be defined by the highest bidder. And I think, as we all know, the value of water is so much greater. We value local food and family farms and open landscapes, connected wildlife habitat, healthy rivers. All those things matter so much, and they bring such big dividends that can't always be measured by your pocketbook. And so that's why I was just so encouraged and so pleased to see Becky and Director Greenberg push back and highlight that there's more that Coloradans value than what can be measured with money. So thank you guys for your leadership on that matter. If you could go to the next slide, Vivian. I'll finish up by thanking my good friend Jim. This is a picture of some return flows going back into the Rio Grande. And so I thought there's no more suitable recognition of Mr. Return Flows than to highlight. I thought of you when I took this picture. And so here it is. We also rely on return flows as well. Jim, I just want to thank you for your service and your friendship and your humor. I think, you're such a great example for all of us. And last slide, Vivian. I saw this quote a while back too, and I think it really sums you up. You're just such a great leader and such a great friend. And I promised I wasn't going to cry, but you all knew it was going to happen. Jim, I'm just so grateful. I'm so grateful for the time that we've had together on this board. And I'm also grateful that even though we don't get to see each other at these meetings, we'll still get to see each other and have our friendship. So thank you for everything that you've done for us. And that is it.
Thank you, Director Dutton. Are there any questions? And don't worry, Director Dutton, I'm sure I'll cry before we're done with the reports. So let's move on to the Yampa White Basin, Director Brown.
Thank you. Of course, I can always count on Director Dutton to try to get my tear glands working, even though it's really hard for me to cry. It's a tough one, but he almost had me. First off, great reports today. Really nice to hear from all of you, and really excited about the Water Equity Task Force. So just can't wait to see how that pans out as we go forward. I have to thank Becky too. Becky, you're just very inclusive and a great listener. Your leadership is devoid of ego and raises up your staff and addresses all of our greatest issues firmly and simply. So thank you for that. And including the New York Times article. And I wanted to just throw a mention in that some of you may know that I'm in grad school right now, and because of COVID, I'm able to take a course that I wouldn't get to take because I'm not in Arizona in person at the University of Arizona, but I get to take from Professor Glennon a Colorado River law class, and he sent our class out the New York Times article, and I sat behind my computer for like 4 hours sending him all the rebuttals and my thoughts on it, and probably obnoxiously so. So just doing my best to get out the truth of what Director Dutton was speaking to. So thanks for that. I didn't put any pictures up this time. I'm going to try to limit my slideshows to just once or twice a year. But if I had put a picture up today, it would be of a big sad face because we don't have very much snow at all. I could not, I don't think, go waist deep anywhere in snow right now. We're tracking much like 2018, which was the first year that put us on call here in the Yampa Basin. So here we go. I'm still hopeful that we'll see some snow. We're kind of entering a snowy pattern, although our plow truck has been out for 2 weeks and it hasn't mattered. So we've been getting a little bit and we can still get in and out of the driveway just fine. So that's unfortunate. Not that I go anywhere. And then I have something for Jim. So, Tales of the South Platte, they never fell flat. His community, family, cows, dogs, and storms. Jim brings the feels and always bucks the norm. Facts of well pumping and surface flow interaction, and the Sprague Project and all of their traction. He regaled us of 4th of July floats. In Sterling, they don't even use boats. Will the South Platte ever be dammed again? This, Mr. Return Flow says, just say when. Mr. Jan and I both sport Water World twins, and he knows that fish mammals indeed have fins. Jim is a man from the heart, crying he will have you start. Miss you I will, come visit up the hill. Thanks, Jim.
Thank you, Director Brown. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we'll move to the Colorado River, Director Schwartz.
And thank you all for, again, your great reports and acknowledgement. I think Vivian might have a couple of slides to show up we can just look at briefly. Are they coming in? So regardless, it's we certainly have had a lot of activity over here, and as we have been discussing, let's see. Vivian's such a trooper because I'm always the last one to get. So here's just a nice look at Sopris and how that's looking. It's not, doesn't have the cover that we like to see on it, and yet it is, again, such an iconic view in our valley. And it really is indicative of what our challenges have been with regard to so little snowpack. Vivian, do you have any others? You can just throw them up. Well, she's probably more adept at this than I would be, that's for sure. But I think our big news is, well, here's a frying pan. This is what doesn't go to the other side of the hill to Turquoise Lake, Director Felt. And this is the beautiful drainage on our side. Of course, we're seeing those releases come out of Rudai that are keeping it at 60, 70 CFS right now to work on those ice dams coming through there. But, you know, again, it's such a valuable asset for us. If you want to go to the next one. I'm going to start now just talking a lot about, see if she comes up with drought, or she's going to come up with how we're addressing our recovery from our fires. So I think that we're really seeing, see, does that come through? Sorry, I think maybe it did the whole slideshow. So let's just keep going down, down, down. So you all have seen it, you've been seeing the reports, but I think, you know, that's it. That's the precip from the beginning of this year. You can go back if you don't mind. And that's just the precip, and looking at this drought, and I think that is having, I think the report that we saw from the Water Availability Task Force and the Drought Task Force is really painting a picture we all need to be certainly paying attention to, and very concerning, especially as we look at the soil moisture being, 80% less than what it should be, and what it means for our region. And where, if we do get some reasonable snowpack, where it's going to go straight into the ground. But that drought is, and being the second driest year on record, we are all paying attention. And I will just start with the Colorado River District and what they have done just most recently in their meeting as last week. So a lot took place there. And if you want to go to the next picture, but they have had 3 of their members drop off, and that would be Dave Merritt after 12 years of service, and Bill Trampy after 18 years of service on behalf of the Gunnison, and then Karen Stiegelmeyer from 4 years from Summit County, only to be replaced by Kathleen Curry, taking Bill Trampy's seat as a nomination from the Gunnison County Commissioners, Taylor Hawes from TNC fame representing Summit County, and the Board of County Commissioners in Garfield County are looking at a replacement for Dave Merritt, and we'll see who that will be. But seeing some changes on that board, but they also have their first woman president, and that's Martha Whitmire. So that's pretty exciting from Ouray County, and that's sort of the big news going on there. But in their most recent meetings, you could see the fact that they're having that mill levy at their disposal is becoming a great regional resource. This year's revenue about $4.2 million, and they have just been looking at these grants that they can be distributing throughout the Roadrus with geographic equity, agriculture, infrastructure, healthy rivers, qualities, and quality water, these being their priorities. But their first big grant, I think that's made a lot of splash, is this partnership project funding program, is the $1 million to the Windy Gap Reservoir. Vivian, if you want to move that to the next slide. And that reservoir is built in the, maybe get rid of this water report, and then on to that next slide that will show the East Troublesome Fire. But that Windy Gap project, even with the participation of CWCB and others, is still going to be $6.3 million short. And hopefully we will see this more collaboration around this project that will, again, reconstruct the channel and protect habitat and environment. So this is the East Troublesome Fire above the Windy Gap Reservoir. And we know that really looking at fire recovery is such a critical piece. And I think we're seeing that with our federal partners and participation regionally, that getting after these issues and the fire recovery is so important to the long-term health of our landscapes and our infrastructure and our ability to regenerate. But certainly the fires this year have given us an awareness that this is probably the part of this new norm and what we can do to protect ourselves. So it is, I'm really grateful for the district to be looking at sharing this new resource that they have and creating investments and loans and grants that will support communities and water resources throughout this part of the state. And just diving into the whole issue we've all been talking about is the question of the anti-speculation letter that came out and what we see our friend Mr. Eklund up to when it comes to WWAM and looking at Colorado water resources. And in an interesting letter from Andy Mueller from the River District, he speaks to the fact that the author missed entirely the long tradition of collaboration, compromise, and innovation that we continue to embrace in the Colorado River Basin. But when you think about this kind of need to make sure that we have in place the right protections against these speculation attempts, and we will continue to protect our long history of the state and protecting our public resource from investors who look to benefit only themselves. And again, Danny, I think put a real fine point on what we can do and how we can work together. And you are now seeing the fact that you're having all the communities come together and coalesce around making sure we do the right thing. And you'll see a letter from the River District that's been signed on to by Front Range Coalition, Southwest Colorado, and others that will be an op-ed this weekend. I think we're going to be speaking with one voice and making sure that people are aware of the fact that water is the lifeblood of our state and will continue to be in our region. And we will be making sure that we're doing whatever we can to address that. So this ability to coalesce around climate, around speculation, I think, and having additional resources in the Colorado River District is going to be helpful to us, and being at the table to help fund opportunities like the East Troublesome Fire, and which took out 182,000 acres in our state. They also are spending additional funding on cloud seeding. Yale Resorts did drop out of their cloud seeding commitment, and now they're new partners in that. But staying on top of our drought forecasts and really being honest that climate's moving more quickly than we had anticipated. This drought is deeper and more threatening than we had anticipated, and we got to take words like hope out of our language. It is, even though we want to be optimistic, but we really need to find ways to mitigate these impacts and these concerns. But I'd just like to thank Becky for your work, for your department's work, and to my good friend Dan for his continued oversight of the department, and what it means to have the state resources available to us for the long term, and having this perspective on how we can continue to work together and the advocacy of the CWCB around water and communities and resources. And thank you for being proactive on those issues. Now getting back to our director, Jan, darn it, leaving us. And sorry I couldn't hit the mountain biking trails with you all, but was there certainly in spirit. And I'm going to miss your smile, your passion, your humor, and your love of your community, your family, and your way of life. That going back to the fact you were such an amazing ambassador for the South Platte, and I will just be forever grateful. You were someone on the South Platte willing to come over to the other side of the hill and investigate what kinds of needs we had and why our legislation looked different and why CAWA was taking a look at when we were doing legislation that may not have fit all the basins in this state. But you came over and you had these conversations, and you always were open to being someone to talk to, and you did it with such grace. And just a big thank you. You're going to be missed. It was really fun to jump on to the CWCB and have you there and know that we have this history behind us, and really will miss you. And hope that when you come over to the Colorado Basin occasionally, you're gonna stop in and take a hike or visit and keep us abreast with what's going on out in your part of the state. But thanks again for all you have done for water throughout Colorado.
Thank you, Director Schwartz. Are there any questions? Seeing none, it's time to move on to my report for the San Juan, San Miguel, Dolores basins. And I do not have a slide deck today, and that's mostly because I have a report that's going to be heavier on people than landscapes or issues. So I'm going to start where many of our reports started on the first day and talk a little bit about John Porter. And I'm going to see if I can get through this without crying. That's not a good start. So there were a lot of words said about John, and what I noticed is no one talked about a particular project that John worked on, even though he was influential for so many decades in both his service on the Empire Electric Board in the Southwestern District and to the Dolores Water Conservancy District. And that's because it wasn't any particular issue that John worked on that was important. It was what he was doing for his basin and the state and for his community and for his family. And there's not really anybody else in the water community that had the kind of influence and effect that John had on building our community. And I think you would see the beginning of our basin roundtable meetings where everyone wanted to go and shake John's hand and spend a little time with him. And even as a really young attorney coming into the basin, he would give me his full attention for that 10 seconds that he was saying hi to me. And that made a really big impact on me and my growth in the water community. And so I was reflecting that I think losing John in this year is especially hard because the dialogue in our basin has become really fragmented and difficult at a time where we need the leadership of people to really be bringing people together. And so I think that all of us in my basin need to think about the legacy that John is leaving for us and whether we're living up to it. And I think that we could be doing more to be living up to the standard that he set and to be creating the kind of community that our basin needs to have moving forward. So I can't say enough about his leadership. He will be missed. And really thinking of his family in this hard time. Really hard to lose someone over the holidays. So moving on from there, I wanted to make sure to thank Bob Wolf for his service on the Southwestern Board. La Plata County is transitioning their service on that board, and Amy Huff, who is a local water attorney and just another great member of our water community, will be coming aboard. So welcome, Amy, and thank you so much, Bob. Getting into what's happening in the basin, you know, it's not news to any of you that we have dry conditions in the basin. We've gotten a little bit of a bump over the past week or so with some good storms settling in, but we're still well below average here. And so for those of you that aren't in the basin, you know, the first year of drought, there's sort of the haves and the have-nots that's really dictated by basin and storage in the basin. So last year, everybody was watching things closely. Things were being managed, but we had some storage sitting in our reservoirs. When we have a dry fall like we did last year, dry soil, and then a dry start to the winter, that starts to become really concerning. So it's the second or third year of drought that makes it really hard to get by in our basin. And this hits across all use types. So this isn't just a consumptive or non-consumptive use issue. It's not just agricultural producers. It's hitting our cow-calf operations. It's hitting our cropping operations. It's hitting our municipal use. And we heard a little bit from Director Prenslow, it's hitting our fisheries. So we've had some pretty significant fish kills. We've had record low conditions on many of our streams that's continued into the winter. And we're very concerned about what would happen with the second year of drought. And then we have a strong recreation-based economy in the region or in parts of our region, and that has been impacted by both COVID and lack of flows in the river. So it's a hard time to be working in water in the Southwest. We're doing the best we can, but I think everybody's concerned about the upcoming year. We've been busy at the roundtable. I'd say the top issues that keep coming up are Colorado River matters, how we're going to fund work in increasingly tight times, and work on the Basin Implementation Plan update. So a lot going on there, a lot of meetings, and then probably worth mentioning still a lot of active discussions about forest health and how that intersects with the roundtable work. We have several stream management planning or integrated watershed management planning processes that are continuing. There's been really good movement in these discussions, and just wanted to note that these are, I think, some of the hardest things that we're doing in the virtual format, and really appreciate the participation I've seen across the basin in trying to still advance that work. We have a new video out from our water information program. I didn't want to take your time during the board meeting to show you the video, but I can provide the link afterwards. So I wanted to take a minute to thank the staff for their work. I think we all recognize it's been a big lift between the in-stream flow workshop last week and the preparing for the board meeting this week. You know, I recognize that a lot of our staff are spending a lot of time looking at funding and budgets, and that's an incredible amount of work. I know that Kevin's program and Chris have been doing a lot of work in the wildfire recovery phase, and Becky, you sure have a lot going on your plate right now. So thank you all for the incredible commitment that you are making. It is seen and appreciated. So now to Director Young. So Jim's a little bit like John, and he has a lot of strong convictions. I know where he stands on a lot of issues. I have learned so much about return flows, but again, in my mind, the service with you has not been about a particular issue. It's about sort of how you are and how you've brought the board together. And I just feel really lucky to have you as a friend. And I really think that we need some time to work out whether the view from the plains or the view from the San Juan Mountains is better. And we probably need some field time in the future to work that one out. So you will be missed, Jim, and I think you can expect a lot of us to visit when we can. And if there are no questions for me, I will move on to the Gunnison Basin, Director Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a few slides here. I've got my Snowtail slides of the caretaker's house at Taylor when it comes up. And Vivian, you can just go on to the next slide. I thought I'd put this up there just for the record of the situation with drought in Colorado. And this thing still keeps becoming a darker and darker hue. The next slide will show you what we're facing at least in the Taylor drainage. The one thing I've noticed about the snowpack this year is it's real spotty. Up the Cimarron, we have significantly more snow than at other places in the basin. But this is a recent picture of the caretaker's house at Taylor. The next slide, please. This is what it looked like a year ago. And you can see that we lost ground from a year ago. There was some more snow then. And then the next slide shows the previous 3 years. And the one good year there that we had in would have been 19 is on the far left, and then 18, and then 17. But it's a sad story. I assure you, I have a fun job and I really enjoy it. I enjoy it when I've got a lot more, when I've got a lot of ammunition, and hopefully the next few months will give me some more ammunition to run with. I've got one more slide, and it's just kind of so that I don't forget anything. I did want to echo some of Gail Swartz's talk about the Colorado River District. It's interesting that Curry, who's not a stranger to the water world, Kathleen has taken Bill Trampy's seat. Although I miss Bill Trampy, I'm sure that Kathleen will do a great job of representing the Gunnison Basin, or at least Gunnison County. Taylor Dam Hydroelectric, we did put together a package to get the lease of power privilege for Taylor. This is a joint venture between the Uncompahgre Valley Water Users Association and Gunnison County Electric. This will start a long process of developing a power plant at Taylor. It's a small plant. It will be single phase. Top production is 500 kW. I would note that it will not have any impacts on the flows out of Taylor. The flows through the plant are at such a small level that we'll have to bypass flows to meet the requirements of discharges there. Winter work on my project, we've had a good winter. Obviously, it's been relatively dry. We've done some much needed upgrades on the west side of my project. Head gates and taps, it's always an issue. And primarily as a result of having trouble getting pipe for our piping of the EO lateral, which is on the east side, the farthest east side of the project. But we've got those pieces now. We're moving forward and look to complete that work yet this winter. I did want to speak to some of the grants that we've either applied for or got. One grant that I did not put on this list is a PL 566 grant. This is a grant from the Department of Agriculture for hazard mitigation. The levee canal that we have, M&D flowing out of Uncompahgre, right above Cobble Creek Branch golf course community. It's something that's kept every manager awake. We have had failures there. We had a failure last fall that I spoke to before. The other grants here, we put in a Water Smart grant to put meters on our existing pipelines. For larger customers, we do have meters on those lines, but for what we term pump and ag valve customers, we do not have meters on them. Hopefully we get this. It'll give us an indication of where our water is going. The second Water Smart grant, their diversion structures look to replace cribbed up structures on our feeder canals to both the M&D on the Ironstone. We have recently applied for a Water Smart grant to develop a drought contingency plan for the lower Uncompahgre. As part of this, it would reach out to the public, not only our shareholders, but the other water users in the valley, plus the recreation and environmental community, and hopefully develop some operating criteria for the project. We were successful in acquiring what we term Phase 10. This is a continuation of the salt and salinity grants. One point I want to make here, for the first time, we're taking some of those funds to the west side of our project and piping 2 laterals on the west side that have some higher salt and salinity loads. The one thing we're concerned about is that including in the new water quality regulations, the Corps of Engineers has some ability to enter into this fray, and we're concerned about a delay to the start of Phase 10. The work we're doing this winter is the end of our Phase 9 obligations and the grant funding for Phase 9. So I'm concerned of what the Corps of Engineers might delay that. Hopefully we win some Water Smart grants and we can work on those next winter, but it is concerning that the Corps is gaining some regulatory authority there. I too would like to echo some of the conversations I've heard here of the efforts of the in-stream flow staff, and I certainly want to recognize Amy Beatty's contribution to our rulemaking effort. I teased her at one meeting that I was wondering if there wasn't a legal class that she had in rulemaking. I think she's done a heck of a job, and I appreciate you, Amy. It's been discussed before, but the article discussing Western Asset Management and their purchase of properties in the Grand Valley Association's area is a big concern to us. we've seen some purchases on our project. The name of this outfit is Constance Bay. They have purchased the Harts Valley Ranch in Eckerd, Colorado, Delta County, immediately to the south of us, and they did purchase a farm in our valley. They, from all appearances, are working to operate that in the manner that it historically was. The management of those funds, once they see how tough a business they got themselves into, you question where it might go, to say the least. Becky, I want to thank you for your op-ed on those issues. It was well written, and appreciate you there. I did solicit another article that came to my attention. I think that Vivian forwarded on to you, and I found it to be a pretty good read too. That brings me to Director Yon. Jim, I thank you. It's been great to associate with you. It's interesting to me the way the plat has figured out how to reuse water more than once. I would add that that's the basis for our project on the west side. We simply don't have enough direct flows or capacity in our canals to do it any other way but to catch the tailwater and reuse them. I'm also very interested in your automating your canal head gates, and I'll come see you. I want to look at them myself and expect me over there one of these days. I guess one of my concerns, Jim, is who's going to be the Uber driver when we all go out for dinner now, but we'll find some way around that. So, Jim, thank you. Appreciate you. Best of luck in the future, and your devotion to the water world. I'm sure our paths will cross many times in the future. Thanks, Jim. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Director Anderson. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we'll move to the North Platte. Director Trick.
Thank you. I do have some slides, so I will, while I'm waiting for those to get loaded, I'll just say thank you everybody for your great reports this round. They've all been excellent. So let's see if we've got slides yet. So yeah, so I usually put up, you can go to the second slide, Vivian. I usually put up the SNOTEL map. So there it is. As you can see, our basin's at about 73% of normal. It is snowy here today. We did get a little bit with this recent storm. We don't have, huge amounts in the valley itself, but at least the ground is covered. And we hope the mountains are getting a lot more. And as Director Dutton said, we're definitely not out of the woods here with this new storm, and we hope there isn't a drop off in March and April as we saw last year, because we hope there's not a repeat of last year. And also, as Director Brown said, this year's been very devoid of having to plow the driveway. And I think if it means we can get more snow, we'd all rather be plowing the driveway. So just thought I'd mention that as well. And if you go to the next slide, Vivian, this is just a slide that I got. It actually shows more of the North Platte Basin as it goes up into Wyoming. And I thought this was just interesting to show the upper North Platte picture. And so as you can see, down there at the very bottom of that red circle is our little peninsula, I will call it, of Jackson County and the Laramie River Basin, but then everything above that line, you can kind of see how Wyoming's doing also with snow water equivalent in the Platte Basin as a whole. So I just thought that was an interesting map to show the full picture there. And moving on to some other news, in the basin, there is a lot of concern, and we're all paying attention to the wolf reintroduction Proposition 114 work that Colorado Parks and Wildlife has initiated. They basically, as Director Prinsloo mentioned, they basically spent an entire full day of a meeting on this issue on January 14th and took numerous public comment on the issue. I really can't imagine how much public comment that board had to wade through statewide from this issue. I'm sure it was immense. So, I can appreciate the amount of information and public comment and just sheer mass of emails they had to wade through on this question. But people here in my basin and also in Director Brown's basin, we're watching this, we're concerned, and we do look forward to being a part of the process to develop the plan and figure out how this will be done by the state in the most fair and equitable way to everybody. And for those of you who don't know already, we in Jackson County, we do already have one collared wolf in the basin that has been present for the last 2 years in the state forest, state park area of Jackson County. So, we have a presence already. The management looking forward will affect us directly. And so we look forward to seeing how CPW rolls out this plan and deals with this issue. So moving to the next slide, my next bit of news, if you can forward that, Vivian, thank you. My next bit of news is just the cloud seeding program that we have been doing here in Jackson County. So we're in a new season now. Our permit was signed by Director Mitchell in October of 2020. The program is effective and the permit's effective from November 1, 2020 to March 31st, 2021. It's operated by our partner, Weather Modification International. And we basically kicked off this program in November, and it's going pretty well. As you can see, their season totals as of today, 16.35 flight hours for Colorado and 70.58 flight hours for Wyoming. And we did get kind of a period in there for 3 weeks between November and December that they didn't have the right conditions to operate. So there was kind of a lull there in November and December. But recently they had back-to-back flights from January 18th through the 22nd. So hopefully we'll see more activity ongoing and good conditions for cloud seeding program in the upcoming weeks. And next, I'll just move on to the next slide. I like to highlight some of our local winter recreation activities that do have a water nexus. And, there's not a lot that goes on here during the winter. Sometimes it can be pretty quiet, but one of the things we do have up here is a local ice fishing contest on Lake John and Cowdrey Lake. This one took place on January 9th. So here are the first and second place fish from that contest. The first place was the one on the left and second place was the one on the right. And that brings some recreation and some activity to the basin. And as you can see, that we do have some big fish here in our lakes, and reservoirs. And so there will be another local contest on February 6th at Delaney Butte Lakes for anybody who wants to come up. It is it's social distance friendly, I guess, if you have your own ice shanty, or you can sit outside and you can still be in line with social distancing recommendations. So if you have any interest in that, come up on February 6th and go ice fishing. We also have some snowmobiling races that take place on the Walden Reservoir. And we had one on January 22nd and 23rd. And there will also be a snowmobile race on February 6th. So we'll have a lot going on our lakes on that weekend of February 6th. And finally, I'll move to roundtable news. We have not had a meeting since the last CBCB report that I gave. And basically the goal is to have a meeting in person when that is allowable, so we can continue the BIP work and other important work that we have coming up. So stay tuned for the date announcements on that as to be determined. And I will just also close with some thanks to Director Jan. I can't top Director Brown's poem, but I can offer some thoughts of thanks. I got to serve a full 3 years with you on this board, which I'm truly grateful for. And I just want to thank you for your mentorship and service to the state of Colorado, your advice, your camaraderie. You always reached out to board members and myself on a personal level to check in with us. And I know especially during when COVID started happening, you reached out and personally wanted to make sure that, we were healthy, doing okay. And I really appreciated that on a personal level from you. And I will miss your pictures of the 4th of July floats with your rather large family. And I'm just sorry we can't send you off in person. And we will count on seeing you regularly. And please come see us when we can meet in person again. You're welcome at our board meetings anytime. And since I'm the last thing standing between you all and hearing from our estimable Director Jan, I will end with thank you for your service to the people of Colorado. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Trick. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we'll move to the South Platte. Director Jan.
Madam Chair, I have no report. JK, LOL. Yeah, thanks for all the kind words. That's amazing, you guys. It's been fun being on here with you. But to begin my report, I just wanted to start on a little more serious note, and that is a little something different. And if you remember last January's board meeting, we were meeting, and in between the 2 days, we had a situation, and in the early morning of that day, January 29th, Chris Sturm lost his daughter, and her name was Laurel Emery Sturm. And of course, we were all saddened by that news. But the reason that I bring that up here today, to start with, may seem a little odd, but I just know that from past experiences with helping with my sister who lost her 17-year-old son, Cole, and just this last year, well, it was my sister and her husband actually, but this last year, my niece and her husband who lost their 16-year-old daughter, who was named Emerson as well. I just found that, one of the things that parents who have lost their children, I don't know exactly what it's like. I've been close to it, but I can't even imagine, and I really don't want to. But the parents that have lost children, one of the things that they get concerned about is that their child won't be remembered. And I assume that Chris and his family are no different. So I just wanted Chris, dang it. I wanted Chris to know that, you know, I remember, and I've been praying for you and your family during this hard time. Okay. No, and I hope to one day visit the shelter that was erected in Emery's memory. So I just wanted to, and thank you for letting me share that. So sorry about that. But okay, now on to my report. The South Platte Basin. Oh gosh, there we go. Okay, the South Platte Basin. Now, as with all the other basins, you know, our snowpack is below normal, and it's currently at 74%. The reservoir storage in our area is coming along. It's a little behind, of course. Pruitt and North Sterling, the two reservoirs that I take care of, are 54% and 62%. And you know, we've been filling all year long on return flows. And you know, I don't know if you've heard about return flows in the South Platte Basin, but actually, you know, you guys, several people say, what are you going to do with all your time now that you're not on the CWCB board? And I had the idea to start a series on Channel 6, and with my partner in crime, Joe Frank, also known as Slim Jim, we were gonna have maybe a show on PBS. I was gonna call it H2O Joe and Mr. Return Flow, and I was gonna be the star as Mr. Return Flow. And if it happens, you'll have to check out the 9th episode. It's gonna be amazing. I don't know what it's about, but I'm sure it's gonna be amazing. So anyway. In our basin, without some moisture, it's going to be a dry year. But you know, being in the water business for a long time, I've seen years like this, and they actually can go either way. Even though the forecast looks kind of dry, you know, I remember one year in 2003 where it just looked really, really bleak, and we had this huge snow event, and it just set the year off in a great place, and it became a really good year. So it can change. And I hope it does, but no matter what happens, you know, we're a resilient bunch out here, and we'll live off the return flows. And I'm just thankful to live in a state that has a way of administering water in a way that we can plan, and that is the prior appropriation doctrine. I know, you know, a lot of people look at it like it needs to be changed, but it really is. It's a plan for drought, and we all know where our pecking order is, so we can plan and adjust during the course of the year, and I'm just thankful for that. The prior appropriation doctrine isn't necessarily equal, but it's fair, and it's something that we can depend on. So I always harp about that, and I do really love our prior appropriation doctrine in this state. On roundtable news, we had elections of directors, and our board changed just very little. Garrett Barra is going to be our chairman again, and so we're appreciative of that. Linda James is again vice chairman, one of the vice chair, and Jim Hall stepped up to be another vice chair. So we're thankful for Jim stepping in. Sean Cronin and I will continue to be IBCC reps. But we did elect an alternate in case we can't make it, and that is Sean Chambers of the city of Greeley. So we're thankful to Sean for jumping in there as well. We continue to work on our BIP and have been having great discussions. One of the ones that I really like is it's a discussion about including environmental and recreation benefits of irrigated agriculture, because a lot of times wetlands and recreation go hand in hand in a dry area like the plains of Colorado. So it's kind of cool to be able to look at that and lay that out as part of our basin implementation plan. And maybe you saw in your board packet, but there was good news on the Platte. the leased turn is being delisted. I think it becomes official in February, first part of February, but that's good. And that's just a testament to the recovery program between Colorado, Nebraska, Wyoming, and the Fish and Wildlife Service down at the confluence of the North and South Platte. So it's a good story, and it's great to have something delisted off the endangered species list. Excuse me. In our basin, there's still work on a lot of storage projects, and you know that's exciting as always for a guy that operates reservoirs. But we have Chimney Hollow Reservoir, which is right west of Longmont, and that's part of the Windy Gap Firming Project, and that one is hopefully going to go into construction this year. We had a good decision on the NISP project in those two reservoirs, Glade and Gailton reservoirs, and they had a favorable court outcome in December, and that plan continues to move forward. And you know, all of these are 15 municipalities in each of these, and it's just so important for our basin to have additional storage because otherwise it's irrigated agriculture that gets taken out of production. So we're thankful for those, and of course the Gross Reservoir enlargement, we're looking forward to that as well. That's more of in Director Brody's wheelhouse. So, but the city of Greeley, interestingly, they were looking at enlarging Seaman Reservoir, and that's up the Poudre Canyon on a tributary. And they've kind of changed their focus. And what they're going to do is do a project under the Terry Ranch, and that's a groundwater storage plant. So they'll pump water up into that area, which is just south of the Wyoming border, and they'll pump water up into there and store it underground, and then pump it back out of the underground rather than enlarging the Seaman Reservoir. So they've kind of changed their focus there. And then let's see, other news on the South Platte. Oh yeah, there's going to be a new CWCB director. I don't know if you knew that. Oh yeah, okay, you did. And just so you know, I just wanted to make sure you knew I didn't bail out on this board. I did make an application, you know, to be reappointed because I felt that I was actually after just a few years, I was here 4.5 years, but after just being one full term, it's just like you're kind of hitting your stride and you're understanding everything. And so anyway, I would have liked to have got reappointed, and of course I was a little disappointed, but you know, these kind of things happen, and we move on, and so it's good. But I would like to thank those that supported me in my effort to be reappointed, and those that I used as references, Director George, former South Platte Director Eric Wilkinson, and former IBCC Director and Governor's Water Advisor and Commissioner of Agriculture John Stolp. I just want to thank them for being references for me, and then also the letters of support that I received. I want to thank everyone for those: Colorado Open Lands, Ducks Unlimited, Colorado Cattlemen Farm Bureau, the South Platte Basin Roundtable, and the Water Conservancy Districts, Northern and Lower, and Left Hand and St. Vrain, and there's others. But I just wanted to take a little time to thank all of them and everyone in my basin for supporting me even during this 4.5 years. So I really appreciate that. And while I'm going off, and I'm disappointed, of course, but I'm thankful that Robert Sakata is going to be filling my place. I have the utmost respect and appreciation for Robert, and I know he'll do a great job. And I trust that all of you will welcome him just as I was welcomed on this board 4.5 years ago. And, you know, I've known Robert for some time, but I really got to know him during an environmental and agriculture collaboration put on by the Colorado Cattlemen. And we went around the state to a few different places and had discussions over 2-day periods. And it was just a good time. And I got to know a lot of environmental people and then other ag people, both on the West Slope and the East Slope. So that was good. But one of the places we had supper one night at Robert's house, and he invited anybody that wanted to stay at his house. And I chose to stay there. I like hanging out with people. So the cool thing was that everybody had left because we were going to have a meeting the next day, but Robert took me and he went and showed me his sweet corn harvesting and packaging facility that was going in full bore at that time. Harvest was going on. And so he took me in there and showed me all the things that they did. He has since discontinued his sweet corn operation, but it was amazing to see. And he's quite a guy. And so he'll do a great job. And I'm thankful that he gets a chance to be on this board. And then that leads me into the, I've been on this board for 4.5 years, like I said, and I enjoyed every minute, from difficult hearings around the state to getting to loan money to and grants to great projects. It's just a lot of fun, and it's a lot of it stretched me, and it allowed me to learn a lot more about our state. So I appreciate that. And I would encourage my fellow directors on the board to savor every moment, because you just don't know, how long these appointments don't last forever. So sometimes they're cut a little shorter than you'd wish, but all in all, it's just time to really enjoy those times and really dig in and have some fun and do some good work. So, and I'm sure you will do that. And I just want to thank all the current board members, not for just the things that you've said, but for your service to the state. It's a very important board, and water is just, so important to everyone in the state. And I would also like to thank the staff, and between the board and the staff, I know you guys will continue on and do great work for the state of Colorado. And I would just like to take a little minute just to thank the past directors that I was on the board with, because they had such an influence on me as we went along. So, I just want to thank Alan Hamill and Jack Goebel in the Arkansas, and Russ George in the Colorado, on the Gunnison, John McClough, and the North Platte, Ty Wattenberg, on the Rio Grande, Travis Smith, Yampa, Jay Gallagher, Southwest, April Montgomery, the Denver metro area, Patty Wells, and then, of course, my predecessor, Diane Hoppy. So not only you all here that I get to talk to today, but those had such an influence on me, and for that, I am grateful. And I just want to take a special minute to thank the staff. I always say, wow. I remember Russ George always saying, we have such an incredible staff. And I would kind of sit back, and as I became, as I took part in these board meetings more and more, I realized, man, he is right. And so you all do such great work, and I love the passion that you do with which you do your work. So I just want to thank you for that. And I don't want to pick out individuals, because I will miss somebody and then I'll feel bad. So anyway, but I remember wondering at my first meeting, sitting there, I was kind of in awe anyway, but I was wondering how I was going to ever remember the names of all these staff members that were popping in and out in the Attorney General's office, CWCB, DNR. It's like, oh my gosh. And anyway, I did. And now I consider you, family. So thanks again. And one of the things that I enjoy so much about this board is relationships and that are developed, and that happens really in our in-person meetings. This past year I realized that it's been difficult, and it's not good for boards like this, in my opinion. So it's my hope that that when we are able to get back together, even though it takes some money and takes some more time, the resulting cohesiveness and development between board members and staff is important, and it's hard to put a price on. So I would encourage you to really do that again. But don't get me wrong, these Zoom meetings do have a benefit. I mean, how many times can you sit in a hearing and wear your pajama pants? So anyway, that was probably inappropriate, but anyway, I look official on top. And finally, I want to encourage you in this way. One one of my favorite times is the early morning when I get up and I go downstairs, I make some coffee and I get to sit next to my fire and I grab my Bible and I sip a little coffee. And then shortly after that, my wife comes down and she joins me with some coffee, and we do a couple devotionals in the morning together. And the reason I bring this up is because last Saturday's scripture was from Proverbs 12:15. And while it's appropriate for a marriage, which is what we were looking at the time, I thought it was also appropriate here. And Proverbs 12:15 says, "Fools think their own way is right, but the wise listen to advice." And so as board members, we are required to make decisions, but in making them, we should always listen to each other, to the public, to the staff, which I think we do. And I just want to encourage you to continue on that path. And then as you see my picture from my porch, I was asked by JoJo Law during her Water Leaders course to give some advice to her in her future work. And I gave her this, which relates to my comments above, to listen, because when you listen, you learn. And then, of course, to laugh and to love, to listen, learn, laugh, and love, the 4 L's. And I just so you know, I do love you all. And I'll miss being part of this board, but take heart. Next month, I'm hoping to come back with a couple of loan requests. So I will be back. I'm going to wear jeans. I mean, I just did this for effect. I'm not. So anyway, I think that's it. So, Madam Chair, thank you. That ends my report.
Thank you, Director Yan. Are there any questions or final words for Jim? Well, Jim, we love you too, so thank you. And with that, we can move on to agenda item 21. I'm suggesting that we work through this and then take a break before finishing the hearing, where I'll hand the gavel back to Director Brody.
Thank you. This is Lauren Riss with CWCB staff. Boy, that's a hard one to follow, Director Yan. I just want to add, on behalf of staff, that we're really going to miss you in so many ways. You're such a kind, thoughtful, and experienced board member, and I know all of us look up to you as a role model. You've been such an exemplary public servant, and I wish we could do one last trail ride together with you and your wife. I have really good memories of that. So just had to throw my appreciation out there as well. Vivian, I can try and share my screen. This is agenda item 21, which is the grant evaluation review item. Can you all see the table I have up? Perfect. I'm always a little bit nervous when it comes to screen sharing. So just as a little bit of a refresher, this is an ongoing effort to provide some background information to you all on our various grant programs in bite-sized portions. So this is the second in our 3-part series on this topic, where we're just reviewing the nuts and bolts of our grant programs, because there are so many of them, just to kind of all be on the same page, in anticipation of making some recommendations to you all at the next board meeting in March about ways that we might try and make some consistency improvements across these grant programs and streamline our operations. And I'm going to try and go through this quickly. I was anticipating being the last agenda item in a long board meeting, and now you have an even longer day ahead of you. So please stop me if you have questions, but I am just going to try and kind of move quickly.
The table that I have up on my screen is in your board packet, and it's a lot of information. I don't know if this is helpful or just is going to make you squint even harder to see your screen, but know that you have a copy of this in your board packet. I just thought it would be helpful to kind of orient on the same page here. So we presented the first half of our grant programs during the November board meeting, and then this will complete our tour of the CWCB grant programs here today. And then, as I said, we're going to strive to bring you some recommendations in March. So this round includes the grant programs that cover watershed and agriculture projects. So in this table here, you'll see we have information related to water plan grants, the Colorado Watershed Restoration Grant Program, Fish and Wildlife Resource Grants, Healthy Rivers Fund grants, and then ATM grants. I've also provided a second table in your board packet that provides information about other state level grant programs, that is non-CWCB grant programs that generally cover water and water quality projects, and that's for comparison purposes, but I think it might provide just some interesting insights. I also really want to thank the grant managers. They are super busy managing grants as well as other things, and this is really asking them to just do more work, but I'm hopeful that this process is going to land us in a place where we're able to work smarter rather than just work more. But I did just want to call out Chris Sturm, Alex Funk, and Matt Stearns for their efforts in putting together this information. Quick note here, we did not include WSRF grants in this comparison, and that is not because we forgot about WSRFs. They are a huge grant program and very important, but we are actually looking at that as kind of a separate but parallel effort. Changes made to that program must be approved by a committee of 3 IVCC members and 3 board members. And so our hope is that kind of once we get through looking at these other grant programs and make some recommendations to you all, that we'll be able to dovetail these recommendations and apply them for recommendations to that committee for WSRF. So, okay, so I'm going to just start with water plan grants and just kind of cover the highlights here real quickly. I did ask grant managers to go through the criteria and guidelines and make any recommended changes that might be needed just to bring those criteria and guidelines kind of up to speed with how we currently operate as an agency. And those are all included in your packet as well. For the water plan grant program, because it's a fairly new grant program, we didn't make any suggested changes to those criteria and guidelines, so you won't see any red lines to those in your board packet. Quickly, the approval process for water plan grants is the staff lead for each of the categories: storage, agriculture, environment and rec, engagement and innovation, and conservation and land use. They each convene a review committee of experts, and then that committee scores the applications that come in against a matrix of criteria, and then bring those recommendations to CWCB leadership for review. And then, of course, you, the board, approve all final awards. Many elements of that program are codified in statute, which of course means that any changes made to the elements that are in statute would require legislation. So just want to kind of highlight that where it's applicable in these grant programs, because that does, of course, make the path to changing any of those elements a little bit harder. The Watershed Restoration Grant Program, of course, funds watershed protection and restoration projects, as well as flood hazard mitigation and stream management planning and monitoring. Similar process to the water plan grant review process, where a committee of experts is convened. They score each project against a matrix of criteria, and then present those recommendations for grants that fall below $100,000 to CWCB leadership for approval. And then those grants that are recommended for above $100,000 go to the board for approval. Also, the criteria and guidelines for this program were recently reviewed, and staff didn't feel like any changes were necessary. Fish and wildlife resource grants there at kind of the bottom. row, the types of projects that can be funded according to statute are mitigation that's required under a Fish and Wildlife Mitigation Plan for species recovery that mitigate the impacts of an existing water facility. There's more specific language in statute as to what those types of projects look like. And then in addition to the language that's in statute, CWCB also has two policies, policy 15 and 20, that cover these two eligible types of projects. And then in addition to that, there's also program guidance for applicants. I'm just going to say here that this program is fairly confusing, I think, both for applicants and honestly for staff to kind of fit where projects might be best funded. And after a review of the policies and the program guidance, we really determined that they really need an overhaul and to be rewritten for clarity. Chris Sturm has done an admirable job of trying to pull together a draft outline of what that might look like. That's in your board packet. But we will continue to work on that and hopefully bring you something in March or soon thereafter that would complete that effort. The funding for this program does come through the construction fund, but it's kind of unique in our grant programs in that it comes through the long bill rather than the projects bill. So just kind of an extra complication to an already fairly complicated grant program. However, you'll note here that we don't receive that many grants, grant applications that come through this grant program because it's so specific and targeted to existing facilities. So I will move, I'll move on here to the next page. The Healthy Rivers Fund grants is the grant program that's funded through the Healthy Rivers tax checkoff that is authorized in statute. These grants are approved by a cross-agency committee that includes 2 CWCB, 2 Water Quality Control Division, and the Colorado Watershed Assembly. Currently, this is administered on a year-to-year basis by the Watershed Assembly. I think that's all I wanted to say about that one. And then finally, the ATM grant program, not authorized in statute, similar to the Watershed Restoration Grant Program. It's actually authorized by virtue of its appropriation in our annual projects bill. Does have criterion guidelines. Alex Funk provided some suggested edits to those to just bring it current with our agency operations. And all grants are approved by the board. So just some takeaways here that I wanted to highlight. Obviously, some changes to these grant programs will be easier made by this board than others. Most notably, the ATM grant program, the Watershed Restoration Grant Program. The board has, I think, an easier path to making changes fairly immediately because they are really just governed by the criterion guidelines and then the appropriation in the projects bill. Some overlap in the types of projects that are funded through these different grant programs, overlap with the Water Plan Grant Program, especially as it relates to the watershed category and the agriculture category. So we might look at that and how we can make some tweaks and some improvements there. Also, lots of variation in match requirements and how these are approved. Similar to the round we saw in November, there's just a wide range in match requirements. I also just wanted to note the second table here that shows a lot of information really about other grant programs around Colorado as it relates to water and water quality issues. I'm not going to go through these in as much detail, but it's all there if you want to look at it. I just wanted to highlight a couple of things. Personally, it was a little surprising to me that many of these grant programs did not have a hard and fast match requirement. In fact, 3 out of 9 here that we looked at had a specific match requirement, with GOCO kind of being a little bit in flux. And then the other thing that was surprising to me is that a lot of them, all of them actually, with the exception of the Principal Forgiveness grants that's operated by Water Resources and Power Development Authority, had pretty broad staff approval, which I just thought was notable. And then GOCO has a little bit of a hybrid where they have a program committee that's made up of a subset of board members that approves the grants, and then the grants are recommended for the consent agenda. So again, we'll kind of take a look at these grants and the ones we provided to you in November and make some recommendations for your consideration as to how we might make some tweaks here. And in preparation for that, I guess I just wanted to welcome any feedback from you all on how the process worked for this board meeting. We're kind of in a pilot phase where we kind of trialed putting the watershed restoration grants on the consent agenda rather than have that as a presentation in the board meeting. Part of that process that we kind of demoed this round is that we compiled grant applications that came in by basin and sent those to you all on the front end and asked for your questions or concerns. And so I guess I just wanted to check in and see. One of, I think, the trickier things that we're going to hopefully provide some suggestions or recommendations to you in March has to do with board approval, and it would be helpful to take any feedback that you have on that. So with that, I'll stop, and if there are questions, I'm happy to answer those or any comments on the process that we went through this round. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Are there any questions for Lauren or comments on the trial run with the consent agenda? Director Brown?
Thanks, Madam Chair. My comment is that I really liked the process. I think it's given the board the freedom it needs to, have these longer conversations and get through the important stuff. And I also really think the staff did a great job of reaching out to to me, I'm assuming they reached out to every director early and giving us the information on the grants that were coming through on our basin. So we had a chance to understand them and ask questions and go through the materials early. So my feedback is positive. I think it worked really well.
There are other questions or comments? I will go and continue to watch the chat in the interest of time. Lauren, my question to you is whether there's anything, I have a question and a comment, by the way. Question is, what can board members do with the materials that you've provided us now to sort of think about this before the next board meeting? What are the questions that you'd like us to be thinking about in between the two meetings?
Thank you for that, Director Hawkins. Yeah, I actually was going to ask you all something similar, task you with something similar, and that is, I mentioned the board approval role, and that's just a tricky one for us as staff because, of course, we will bring to you whatever information you as a board want to see, and in a manner that is most helpful for you as you're reviewing grants, and so really want to hear what it is you want on that. So I think that's the first one, just what you want your role to be in terms of board approval. And we've kind of seen the whole gamut in the range of grant programs that you review all of them. And then some you review just, above a certain threshold, and then others you don't see and staff approve. So thinking about that. And then also I think, a tricky question for us is around match requirements. I would love to see some consistency around that. But I know that, that's a bit complicated now, in particular because of the financial constraints that, we find ourselves in right now. We have limited resources, as do grant applicants. And so that's a bit of a push and pull. But any brilliant thoughts around match requirements? I have some thoughts about how to do that in a way that might leave some flexibility, but also bring some consistency. And then, I think just more broadly, your appetite as a board for tweaking around the edges for programs that you have, for lack of a better word, like absolute control over, versus making changes that would require legislation and, might be a more difficult path, but ultimately bring greater consistency.
Great. Well, that's helpful. And I'd like to ask board members, I know we're all busy, but we have a lot of material in front of us, so let's think about that. My comment on the process is that I think it went pretty well, but I think there's a couple of areas that we could improve on. One is that the outreach was to the basin directors was early, but it didn't happen after the staff had done their evaluation. So I personally find myself in a situation where there were some projects in my basin that didn't get funded. And when that happens, we get questions. So I think that there probably needs to be some thought about how we check in at the end with the basin directors, because it was hard for me to think about whether to pull some of those from the consent agenda. So probably a touch point in there afterwards. And then, every grant review process is going to look a bit different, but I also think that we need to make sure to document how decisions are being made. And I thought the level of detail in the watershed grants about like why a certain one was, was recommended for full funding versus, partial funding, there wasn't a lot of detail in there. And so I would just say that with the goal of being, pulling certain grants off the consent agenda when there's really a policy or a reason for the board to discuss it, we're going to need access to some of that information. And really it's, so that we're not second guessing staff decisions. So that would just be my input. And I think it's sort of relevant to how we can make the consent agenda process an effective process moving forward.
That makes sense. Thank you for that feedback.
But I will also mention we had a really full agenda with all the grants on the consent agenda. So there's a lot of policy and other matters for us to be discussing at the board meeting. Director Schwartz.
And thank you. And I think with this opportunity to put more items in the consent agenda, I'm just going to ask the consent agenda go where it's supposed to go in the agenda, as opposed to being plopped at the end of the second day. And I just think that it's kind of more front and center, that we're maybe it's not an afterthought, but a little more cognizant. I would just ask that I'm just not accustomed to seeing the consent agenda in that place as opposed to where it is in the agenda itself for the approvals.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion from the board? Well, seeing none, we are now scheduled to take a break. We're going to move back to the in-stream rulemaking hearing. I am recused from that, so I will hand the gavel over to Director Brody for the remainder of the meeting.
Thank you, Director Hawkins. Why don't we take a 10-minute break and we will reconvene just after 3 o'clock and bring this meeting home. Thanks, everyone.
staff from the CWCB to make their best effort to revise the rules based on the discussions that we had. There was consensus generally based on straw polls around all of the changes, with the exception of what we are going to do about whether or not there will be newspaper notice. And staff is going to walk everyone through what they've done in order to try and make some changes that conform to what the board wanted to see. But I want to be clear that they're not advocates for these changes. They're scribes, because we still do have that open question about how best to approach notice locally. So does that comport with where everyone believed we were? If it does not, please drop a note in the chat.
And that's consistent with my notes and my recollection as well.
Okay, so I think the next step is, Linda, I see a revised version, red line version floating around on the screen up there, and I see you with your microphone off, so you look ready to roll. Are you ready?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Linda Bassi with the Stream and Lake Protection Section. So I am going to show you where the newest changes are, and some of them are very ministerial with just CPW or adding CRS after a statutory site. So here's a CPW. And now I'm going to go down to 6K, which is all right. I'm trying to figure out if I'm missing something. I see all this red line on the side and not a whole lot of changes.
If you go up into review and do show.
Oh, the all markup.
All markup, and then all of it will appear. There you go.
So I apologize. I should have known that. I wasn't even sure I could do that when I'm in screen sharing mode. So I'm going to make you all dizzy here. All right, 6K is where we need to start. Apologize for that speed bump. So getting the hang of the mouse here. So here is the first CRS is in Rule 6K. And then scrolling down, some more CRSs. And then the first, so more substantive change is in 6K 1B. And we added a new Romanet 3 to add the requirement that we would provide notice to all persons on the in-stream flow subscription mailing list for the relevant water division. Then you'll see, so the newest changes are in this light blue color. So some more CRSs. Some adjustments, to Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Here in Rule 6K2D Romanet 3, the word made is added, so give preferences to loans of stored water when made available over loans of direct flow water. Some more CRSs, and then again, this addition of the notice requirement to, and this is in 6K2F, we added a Romanet 3, provide notice to all persons on the in-stream flow subscription mailing list for the relevant water division. And then in that same rule, this was our stab at adding the language that the board discussed, but I think there may be more discussion. We added make best efforts to publish notice of the proposed loan in a newspaper in the county or counties in which the loan will be implemented. And Hearing Officer Beatty, I wanted to ask for leave to just make a comment about this provision, if that's possible, about its potential implementation.
So board, The staff, as a party to the rulemaking, has, based on the case management order, has been given the opportunity to share with you their perspectives. This would be an additional opportunity to share perspective. I think it's probably important for you to continue to dialogue with the staff about this provision, since they'll be the one implementing it. But I want to just check in with you all to make sure you're comfortable with providing staff with an additional opportunity to share feedback. If you are uncomfortable with staff sharing feedback, since they are a party to the rulemaking and other parties haven't been given that same opportunity, please drop something in the chat.
Director Beatty, I don't know if we still have all of the parties with us, but to the extent that they are still here, might they also have that same opportunity, or is this exclusive to staff?
It's not exclusive to staff. I want to make sure that we give everyone due process. So to the extent the rules have changed and other folks would like to weigh in, then I would need to figure out a way to have them communicate with me if they would like to continue to participate. So to the extent the parties are still here, maybe the best way to do that is to have folks email John Watson. They all have his email address. WRA, TNC, Conservation Colorado, and Audubon don't object to staff being provided additional time. The chat is a great way to do that. Sorry, I was going to have you all email John Watson, but if there is any party who objects to staff being given additional time, please let me know. And if there is a party who would like additional time, please drop a note in the chat and I will try and keep up with making revisions to the presentation. Director Brody, does that work for you?
That works for me. If any of the other directors have a question or concern, please let us know. Director Trick has a comment. I think board members will have another opportunity to comment once we've heard from staff and any other parties who wish to be heard on this issue. Is that appropriate, Hearing Officer Beatty?
It is. I'm trying to think about whether or not we should get through all of the revisions, and then I would like to see what is still left on the table when we get all the way through to the end. So why don't we hold any decisions about additional presentation from staff? And I don't see anything in the chat from parties except to the extent that they've said they're comfortable with staff having additional time. So let's get through the rest of the blue redlining. Let's figure out where the board wants to focus time and energy by just going again back through kind of point by point and see if there are places where board members have issues with the proposed language. So board members, please keep detailed track of places where you're seeing revisions and you have questions, and we'll circle back on those. And then I think we will be able to assume that if you didn't raise questions, that you're generally comfortable with the revisions as proposed. Clear, everybody? If that was not clear, drop something in the chat, drop mud in the chat. Okay, Linda, would you please continue with the revisions, and then board members will be able to tell us where they want to focus when we're done.
Yes, thank you. The next revision is in Rule 62K. Now I'm losing track of the numbers. I'm just going to say subsection I on the page we're on. I'm not sure if it's 1 or 2. And in that one, we replaced the words required by with described in regards to the notice and the statute. Right below that, there are some more references to CRS. And then Rule 6K3 has the added language that the board discussed. Water rights loaned to the board pursuant to expedited or renewable loans are not precluded from concurrent or subsequent inclusion in other programs such as water conservation, demand management, compact compliance, or water banking programs or plans as is. Now it just occurs to me that should say are, or may be subsequently defined or described in statute. The applicant will inform the board of inclusion of the loaned water right in any such program during the loan period. So I think we need to make a note to change that is to are. Then I think we only have one or two more of the CRS and CPW revisions. There's a CRS. Oh, and then we have in Rule 6M5D, we have providing notice to all persons on the in-stream flow subscription mailing list for the notice of the hearing on a renewable loan. And that one has a bonus. It also has a CRS in it. So it's in-stream flow subscription mailing list for the relevant water division. Then we're coming down to, on this particular part in the injury with mitigation rule, we left the name spelled out because all of the other agency names are spelled out. We just wanted to have some consistency there. And then there are several references to CPW in that rule. And then I believe this is the last rule. We also left Colorado Parks and Wildlife spelled out in this one because of the other agencies. They are all, their full names are set forth. And that is it. Do you want me to give control of the scrolling to someone else, or I can drive if you just tell me where what you'd like to be looking at?
So I think this is an opportunity for the board to let us know what they'd like to focus back in on. So
So Director Trick and then Director Felt.
Yeah, I'll withdraw my comment. I had further reflection on it, and I'm fine with that published notice in the newspaper language. Although I think the beginning of the sentence needs to be capitalized. That's the only other feedback I'd have.
Thank you, Director Trick. Director Felt.
Thanks, Madam Chair. It's same sentence that Director Trick was talking about, but to me, I wasn't sure where it was exactly. Like Linda, I got a little lost with the small screen, but the ending part of that sentence where I would say, I think it's in a newspaper in the counties in which the loan will be implemented. I'm not at all clear what that means, what implemented means in this sense, because you could certainly have stored water quite some distance upstream from where maybe the intended benefit will happen, and yet it's sort of implemented through the whole reach, and it seemed like something that could come back to us. You did county, but it actually affected us in this way. So I wondered if there was either a word, just try to figure out what we mean here. Do we mean where the weighted or the diversion point was, or something along those lines, or is it more about where the impact will be or the benefit will be experienced? I thought maybe we could clarify that a little bit more. Thanks.
I think a sort of general Q&A between board and staff is appropriate at this point. So I saw Linda raise her hand, so I think she can give Director Felt a response, and also at some point want to open it up so that she can comment on behalf of staff about this language as well.
Why don't we do that? And then once we conclude that, if any of the other parties who are still present want the opportunity to provide their input on this particular issue, I'd be happy to entertain that if it's appropriate.
May I respond now?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. I believe that our intent or our understanding of the counties where the loan would be implemented would cover the stream reach on which that water would be used. So that the subject in-stream flow reach where the loaned water would be used by the board.
Right.
Did you have a follow-up, Director Felt?
Yeah, I guess it just seems to me that with direct flow water rights that we're not going to be diverted, but instead put into this program, that where that happens might have a greater impact or potential for concern, shall we say, than the actual reach where the benefit is happening. And if those were in different counties, that's where I wonder if it's if it achieves our ends or not. So if nobody else sees a concern here, I'm okay. It just wasn't clear to me as I read it.
Director Schwartz had a comment, and then Director Dutton had a question.
Yeah, again, in an effort to simplify this, that to make best efforts, I would maybe think that might even be singular, to publish a public notice in the counties. And I think this newspaper thing, I just don't know, in an effort to have something will be changed with the time, it may not be, may some other mechanism for public notice. Take that out. To publish a public notice of the proposed loan in counties in which the loan will be implemented.
Okay. Director Dutton, and then I want to circle back to Director Ryan.
Thanks, Director Brody. Oh, I'm sorry. I changed headphones. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I'm wondering, I think that Director Felt is really onto something. And so I'm wondering, Linda, the clarity that you answered Director Felt's question with, I thought was really valuable. So could we just say in the counties where the in-stream flow reach to be either benefit or enhanced is located? And again, I really appreciate Director Felt kind of putting a pin in this, and the county where the loaned water rights or leased water rights would otherwise be used, or be used for their decreed use or something to get to that point. And I'm thinking about Director Felt's basin, that, yeah, you could have someone up by Leadville who's leasing water, but the benefit is down, further down in Chaffee County or something. And so if we kind of are getting both areas, we would encompass the whole scope.
I'm not sure if I should be trying to draft language right now or.
Before we draft, I guess the question would be conceptually, are you in agreement with that approach to have the notice go not just in the county where the loan water will be used, but also in the counties where this water would otherwise be used? And I don't know how often that's going to be in two different counties, or if in most cases it will be the same county.
May I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
When we say counties where the water would otherwise be used, do we mean pursuant to its decree?
Yeah.
Then I don't believe we have a problem with that. It's just it might be a little hard to draft, but wordsmithing, is everyone here? You're all good at it.
And I think before we start wordsmithing, I am seeing a difference of approach here from the board. I'm still hearing at least Director Schwartz say that she doesn't think this language is necessary, and others saying that the language is necessary. So, there is a level of detail in here that I just want to be careful about getting so specific and weedy here that we make it really hard for the staff to comply with what we're proposing.
Yeah. And I also, I want us all to keep in mind that this is a new notice provision that we're adding in addition to the other notice provisions that were already in the draft rule. So hopefully we'll be covering water users through multiple avenues of communication. And to Hearing Officer Beatty's point, I do wonder if we're getting a little too in the weeds on this one. I wonder if instead of specifying counties where the water will be used and counties where the water is decreed for use, I wonder if we could have something more general like affected counties or affected water users, something kind of more general, because again, this is best efforts language.
And I guess I would want to pop that up one more level, which is at a threshold. I'm still hearing tension on the board between whether we want to fix this language or not have the language. So I think probably what we need to do is some kind of straw poll or analysis from the board. I had mentioned that I wanted to know if somebody would vote against the rules if there were a particular thing included or not included. And so I guess I'd like to know if this language were not included in the rules, are there people who would wholesale vote against the rules? I'm trying to figure out how to have people indicate where they are on this. Is this a make or break for all of the rules for us to include newspaper notice?
We do have a couple of comments. I'm not sure if they're comments responsive to your question. Should we explore that?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Director Brown, and then Director Trick, and then Director Gibbs, and then Director Mitchell.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I guess my question is, we've kind of gone around this, and I don't want to be rude when I say this, but it seems like we should ask the question the other way, considering we know there's a number of directors that have weighed in on their desire to have it with the newspaper language that you brought forward. So, I mean, is it a sticking point? Can we do it both ways to see where the majority is falling on this?
I don't think that's rude at all. It's a really helpful suggestion. And I guess before we go ahead and do that, I think staff has been waiting pretty patiently to provide some feedback on this provision as well. Are you guys comfortable hearing from staff before we do a straw poll about whether somebody would be, will vote wholesale against all the revisions of the rules if this provision is included?
Not to pull rank, but I'd like to make sure that Dan's able to speak before staff does their weigh in. Or
Thanks, Director Mitchell. Well, okay, if that's all right with everyone, let's go to Director Gibbs and then to Ms. Bassey.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I didn't mean to pull rank, but thank you. I personally, I think I'm okay with the language as it is. If we want to make it crystal clear, Director Felt knows this well as a county commissioner, but every county is required to have and post legal publications, so legal newspapers. So in Summit County, our one major newspaper is the Summit Daily News, but that's not our legal newspaper. Our legal newspaper is called the Summit Journal. So if we want to be crystal clear on, are we noticing in any newspaper, or we want to make sure it's the legal newspaper, I would almost, recommend taking a look at proposed loan in a legal newspaper. You can contact Colorado Counties Incorporated I'm sure they have a list of all the legal newspapers in counties. Not every county has a legal newspaper, but we have statute CRS 24-70-103 that specifies if you don't have a legal newspaper in your county, well, you go to the next county over. In some situations in Colorado, you go 5 counties over to find that legal newspaper. So just wondered if we wanted to clarify that. Are we talking legal newspaper? Or are we talking any publication?
Thank you for that. It's a good point. Linda, I do want to give you the opportunity to provide your feedback.
My comment was more geared toward implementation. I don't know if you want to have your straw poll first, whatever your preference is. I guess I can tell you just some of the issues we saw with implementation and our ideas on how to try to make it work. But I don't know if this is is this the appropriate time for that?
Sure.
And just hearing about some counties, you have to go 5 counties over, makes me wonder about how effective this publication would be in reaching people. But if there are people that routinely read legals, perhaps they know that it is a newspaper from 5 counties away. We noticed when we were working on this, and we looked at the statute, that the statute provides that the state engineer provides parties entitled to notice under the statute 60 days after mailing of notice. And the mailing that it's talking about in the statute is first-class mail or electronic mail, and it's to the substitute water supply plan list. And so we are also adding the in-stream flow subscription mailing list. And so those are electronic methods of providing notice. So we were trying to figure out how to arrange it so that the newspaper notice would have the same comment deadline as the electronic notice. And so that's just something that we were wrestling with for implementation, and thought that potentially if we knew the date that we were going to file electronically, we could count 60 days from there, and we could put that date in the newspaper notice as the deadline, just to try to get those comments to the state engineer by the same date. And I will say staff's a little concerned about resource issues on trying to implement this, but we will do our best to make it work if this requirement is included in the rules.
Director Ryan, did you want to add your perspective as state engineer?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And Ms. Bassey did touch on part of my concern. And this just goes back to process. Again, Director Brody, a few minutes ago, you said that what the board is really doing is adding notice requirements to those that were already in the rules. And those that were in the rules, as we saw them this morning, were based on the statute as codified by the House bill. And so I just want to remind everyone that as far as the state engineer's process, if we look at, and I'm going to refer to statutes, Ms. Mealy, maybe you can follow along and verify what I'm saying, but in 3783-105 2B2, Roman numeral 2, this is the one that we're talking about. For the state engineer to even look at this application, the applicant has to submit proof of that notice that was given, but that's only for the SWSP notification list and the registered agent of a ditch company. So when it comes to the added requirements for the in-stream flow notification list and for any newspaper publication, there's no proof requirement for the state engineer to review. So that's kind of a hole in that process. In other words, they may not do that. They may not have proof, but that would not prevent the state engineer from doing the evaluation of the application. And so to the extent you'd want to cover that somehow in the rules to define some kind of verification approach for the board that they had actually done that, that's one consideration. Or if the board is comfortable that there won't be any verification of that, then that's okay too. And then let me just add to that, as Ms. Bassi referred to further down in that Roman numeral 5 under 105(2)(b, the state engineer has to give the parties time to respond, and it's the parties entitled to notice under 2B2, which is again the SWSP notification list and the ditch owners, the registered agent of the ditch, but not clearly the in-stream flow notification list or respondents from a newspaper publication. So that's just in the weeds again, but and I'll let the board consider that however they want to.
Director Ryan, for the purpose of this discussion, I think I want to try and summarize what you were saying, which is the board is adding requirements for notice that aren't required by your statutory directives. And so it is your belief that those are, you called it a gap, but maybe in conflict, or what the board is asking for is different from and in addition to what you consider in your approval?
Thank you, Councilor. And yes, and I would say it goes beyond. I don't see a conflict for us. I just would like the board to consider whether it's a conflict that part of their notice requirements, if these two are added, don't have a clear verification process in statute or in the rules.
Understood. Thank you. We've got a parallel discussion happening in the chat, and I want to make sure we capture everything as part of the formal record for the rulemaking. There have been a couple of suggestions regarding the wording of this new provision. Hearing Officer Beatty, if it's all right with you, my suggestion would be let's take the next 5 minutes, get as close as we think we can on proposed language, and then have someone make a motion once we've closed the record and are ready to vote. We'll make a motion, vote on this as a proposed amendment, and then vote on the final rule with or without that amendment, depending on how the vote goes.
Okay.
So again, I think there were a couple of thoughts in the chat on wording.
Yeah, and in the interest of making sure that those are clear for the record, there were a question from Director Schwartz about the definition of implementation that occurred earlier in the discussion. Director Trick asked if we could vote as a board on yes, including, or no, not including this provision in particular prior to voting on the rules. Director Schwartz said that legal public notice would suffice. Director Brown proposed language, newspaper serving the counties that publishes legal notices. Director Gibbs agreed with Director Brown's suggestion, and Director Yan proposed language, make best efforts to publish notice of the proposed plan in an appropriate legal newspaper of general circulation in each county in which the loan will be implemented and from which the loan water has been historically used. Director Dutton agreed with that proposed language. And then there are some procedural, I have a question, and Director Brown thinks that Director Yan's language is fine. The reason that I went ahead and did that is because the discussion, which should have been public, ended up occurring in the chat, and the chat is supposed to be used for procedural purposes only. So I'm trying to prevent an open meetings law violation by having substantive discussions occur in the chat. So let's have people just use comment, question in the chat and keep the substantive stuff out in the public so that we don't end up conducting a meeting through chat.
So with that, I'll invite why don't we start with Director Yan? Did you want to propose your language as a substitute for what is currently drafted in Romanet 4 here in front of us?
That's what I was suggesting. Yeah, I'm not. I think it's a good thing that we're doing this, just because of some of the things that have happened in the past, and as Director Brown and Director Dutton and Director Trick all said, in the small town, this is really the main notice. So I think it's important that we try to accommodate it somehow. But I just gave a suggestion, and I pulled some of that language out of the Irrigation District Law of 1905. So anyway.
Is there anyone who wants to comment on Director Yan's alternative proposed language? Is there anyone who wants to offer an alternative to the alternative language? A question from Director Felt.
I really like Jim's language, and my only question would be, it does tie back to Commissioner Schwartz's issue, I think, and it goes to one of our lawyers, is just, is there or will there be at some point some kind of statute or understanding that would help us transition to a new era, maybe where eventually we don't have newspapers anymore? I mean, I don't want to get hung up on newspaper or not newspaper, but this would be a problem throughout our statute with all kinds. And so I'm curious if we really need to worry about that more sort of global historical problem that gelding up, or whether that's something will get resolved in another way, and we can just that particular.
My sense is that the best efforts language covers a problem with notice, and if newspapers and local newspapers and legal newspapers cease to be, the best efforts discussion will be very limited to there were no newspapers for staff to publish notice in. If there are timing concerns, so for example, if one of these projects is on the hurry up and notice will provide problems from a timing perspective, I think it would be appropriate for staff to come and say, we really wanted to expedite this loan. The notice process would have taken X period of time. So I think that best efforts language provides the wiggle room that staff may need in the event that this doesn't work, or the eventuality that there isn't a newspaper to publish in. So I think there is the spirit of wanting to reach out to local communities through the newspaper, but the best efforts language, which allows staff to come to the board to explain its process if in certain circumstances it's unable to publish.
And keep in mind, rules are not written in stone. The law will evolve. The rules can evolve. We're making our best efforts here to implement the direction from the state legislature. Director Schwartz had a question.
Thank you. So I'm just wanting to go back to the state engineer's comment that it will not be incumbent upon the state engineer's office to verify this notice or the in-stream flow notice. It is simply will be a requirement of just the CWCB to make this notice. So that's just clarifying that this is an internal mechanism that we will be noticing through the in-stream flow and through some legal publication. And so I am anxious that we are going beyond the statute and the language of the statute and making a further refinement. And this is a very practical thing that we are suggesting, but it is my underlying question was it the intent? And are we going beyond that and being more prescriptive? And was this part of the debate? We don't have the record in front of us, but it was not in the bill. So, and not intended for the statute. So my question is, I don't want us to get sideways because obviously the Committee on Legal Services will go through and do a sweep of language that's not current or effective or inconsistent. That does in fact happen, this newspaper thing, but I am questioning our ability to go beyond the language of the bill. And so I'm not comfortable with this conversation, period, but that's just my perspective.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that. And we will put this to a vote. Director Anderson, did you have a question or comment?
No, I've just been listening to this conversation and it was addressed, so.
Okay, thank you. Director Brown.
I guess my comment was just going to be maybe it's time for a vote and move on of some sort. I think we're kind of actually circular now.
I think so. I think we pretty much know where folks are at. Director Mitchell, did you?
Yeah, I was just about to say that. I think it's time for us to make a decision on this.
Okay. I did want to just make good on that opportunity for the other parties. If they wanted to weigh in, we allowed CWCB staff the opportunity to comment. Are there any other parties to the rulemaking present who would like to be heard briefly on this particular topic?
We had already asked them to let us know through the chat if they wanted to be available, and nobody did. So I think we're ready to, what I would like to do is straw poll Jim Yan's language, Director Yan's language. It seemed like there was coalescing around it, and it gets at the legal notice question. So I'm going to read that language again, and then I will ask a question for, I think we can do this by straw poll, Director Brody, and then vote on the rules as a whole. So let's experiment with that before we try something different. So Director Yan's language is make best efforts to publish notice of the proposed plan in an appropriate legal newspaper of general circulation in each county in which the loan will be implemented and from which the loaned water has been historically used. So I think the question to everyone is, if you have concerns with or object to that language, please say so in the chat.
And seeing no objections, I believe Director Schwartz, did you want to be heard on this?
Well, I think you've heard my comment. I think it could be really simplified and just say make best effort to provide legal notice. in the counties with, I just think it could be a lot simpler in the counties where it's implemented. I'm not in favor of the position, but I'm obviously in the minority. So I think that we know we can work with our staff to provide the notice, and we don't necessarily need to put it in the rules.
Okay, given where we are and that I don't think we're going to reach consensus on this issue, Hearing Officer Beatty, I'm wondering if what we should do is close the record, take a vote on Jim's language as a motion to amend, so that those directors who are not in favor can have their positions recorded, and then we will vote on the overall rules with or without that amendment included, depending on how the first vote goes.
Just from a procedural perspective, I don't know what we are amending in a motion to amend, because we haven't taken an underlying vote. So I'm having procedural questions. I
think it would be a motion to amend the proposed language from staff, which is on the table for consideration. If there's a better way to do this, certainly let me know. But I do want to make sure that any voting directors who are not in support of this change have the opportunity to have their positions recorded somehow. And I don't know that a straw poll gets us there.
Okay.
So I think probably what we need is a motion to adopt the staff recommendation, a second, and then we could take a motion on, we can have the motion to amend this language, put on the table for vote.
Thank you. That helps. So we need an underlying motion to adopt staff's language.
So just for the record, I'll make a motion to adopt staff language with the consensus edits that we have discussed and to which there has been no objection. Does that work, Hearing Officer Beatty?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
And you have a second from Director Brown.
I'm not clear on consensus edits.
So I think we've reached consensus on all of the edits except for this one regarding newspaper language.
Thank you.
If anyone disagrees with that, let me know. Okay, Director Yan, did you wish to be heard?
Yes, I guess I'm not a parliamentarian, but can the person acting as chair actually make the motion?
I also, hang on, just from a procedural perspective, I think we need to close the board's deliberations before we begin to vote on the underlying rules. So I think we're at a point where the board has deliberated enough. I would like to entertain a motion to close board deliberations and begin to vote on the rules and the statement of basis and purpose.
I see a motion from Director Brown.
Okay.
And I want to clarify that the motion is to close the board deliberations and therefore close the record and move on to voting.
Okay, I think we had a motion and a second. So all those in favor of closing deliberations? Do we need a roll call vote for this motion?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, if you object to closing the record, please indicate in the chat. Okay, and I think the next motion we need is a motion to approve the staff recommendation, which includes both the changes to the rule and the statement of basis and purpose. So I believe there's a motion from Director Brown. And do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Director Dutton. So the motion presently on the table is to approve staff recommendation, which is the revisions to the rules and the statement of basis and purpose. Jen, Mealy, or Linda Bassi, did you want to be heard on the change to the statement of basis and purpose language?
I just wanted to point it out in case you wanted to look at it. We could put it up on the screen, but it's pretty minor, but I thought you would want to look at it.
Okay, well, at this point, we've closed the record and ended deliberations. So really what we need is either a vote on the motion that's on the table to approve the staff recommendation, or if someone wants to make a motion to modify the staff recommendation, now would be the opportunity to do so. Director Yan?
Yeah, I would make a motion to amend the staff recommendation to include in, I can't tell where it is, 6K2, where is it, Linda?
It's 6K2F Romanet
4
to add,
yes. Make best, the language that I suggested, make best efforts to publish notice of the proposed plan in an appropriate legal newspaper of general circulation in each county in which the loan is implemented and from which the loan water has been historically used.
and will you add to that conforming revisions to the statement of basis and purpose?
Yes.
Thank you.
I see a second from Director Brown. Is there discussion regarding the motion?
Point of clarification. So the other changes that were not in the original staff recommendation that we've already created consensus on, where do they fall into this?
They're in here.
But then it's no longer staff's recommendation, it's the board's changes, right? I mean,
it's staff's recommendation modified by the discussion that we had today with the blue language, with the amendment of Director Yan's language for 6K2F Romanet 4. So essentially it's staff's recommendation after making conforming changes based on the discussion we had earlier this morning, plus Jim's language, plus making sure that the statement of basis and purpose conforms to the rules as adopted. Apparently there is a very minor change to get that done, and I hope we don't need to wordsmith that. I think the statement changes are fairly straightforward.
perfect, thank you, just making sure.
Is there any further discussion regarding the motion from Director Yan? Director Schwartz?
Thank you. And I was misunderstood evidently. I thought our first motion was to adopt all of the changes in the staff recommendation where there was consensus. And now I understand that we did adopt this language in forget the number, but with regard to the notice. So was that in the last motion? So if you do not agree with the notice provision at all, that opportunity has passed. Because I thought it was all of the elements where there was consensus.
You, Director Schwartz, you have an opportunity. The language is on Director Yan's language is on the table as a substitution for what staff came back to the table with. Staff's language, make best efforts to publish notice of the proposed loan in a newspaper in the county or counties in which the loan will be implemented. The motion now includes Director Jan's language, and I'm going to read it so that it's clear for the record, is instead make best efforts to publish notice of the proposed plan in an appropriate legal newspaper of general circulation in each county in which the loan will be implemented and from which the loaned water has been historically used. That is, we have a motion and a second that also includes making conforming changes to the statement of basis and purpose. The opportunity to be heard on that motion is now in discussion about the motion.
I understand, Councilor Beatty, but my question is that this is a fait accompli where this provision has been adopted and now it is only amending this provision, or is this new language? Because my question is there still an opportunity not to be in support of this provision, whether it's the modified language or the recommended language? That's my question.
So
go ahead, Director Brody.
Just to be clear, we've moved and seconded the staff recommendation so that it's on the table. We have not voted on the staff recommendation yet. But Director Schwartz, if I understand your question, I believe your question is, does staff's recommendation include the proposed language in blue for that Romanet 4, or was that excluded from the motion to approve the staff recommendation?
Right, because it was not in consensus. Correct. I see.
Hearing Officer Beatty, I don't know if you want to address that.
Director Jan has been frantically raising his hand, so I'm going to let him go.
Sorry, I just wanted to comment. So we had a main motion on the table, and we didn't vote on that. So I made a motion to amend it so that this is where Director Schwartz could vote against my amendment, which includes just the Romanet 4 and the statement of basis. You threw that in at the end, the statement of basis and purpose.
Brilliant.
So we would vote on the amendment, and then we would vote on the whole of the motion after the amendment either is up or down.
But to Director Schwartz's point, if she wants to object to both the Jan motion and also the language that was proposed by staff, does she need to affirmatively vote to strike that language in blue, or was that not part of the motion?
I see the issue. So
I think everything in blue before, the way I understood it, everything that the staff changed in blue, except for Romanet 4, was in the main motion. That was part of the recommendation. But I could be wrong, but that's the way I took it. And then I was just amending to add Romanet 4 and the statement of basis and purpose.
I think that was the intent, but I want to make sure we've got a good record.
Go ahead, Director Brody, if you'd like to
I was just going to
clarify.
ask you how you would like us to proceed to make sure that that we have a clear record of what's on the table. And if Director Schwartz wants the opportunity to make a motion to strike out that language, that she has the opportunity to do so.
I think I have a different way to do this, which is my preference would be in order for Director Schwartz to be heard. We have a motion and a second. We've now had discussion that we are not entirely comfortable with the process and whether or not that's what we have on the table is clear. So I'd like to actually suggest that we vote, and we vote nay on the motion and the second, and then we start over again and create a clearer record of the series of events that need to happen in order for us to get clean rules and to have Director Schwartz have the opportunity to be heard about Romanet 4.
So should we vote nay on both motions?
On both motions, both the motion to amend and the underlying motion, and then we start from scratch. And thanks for being patient with this, guys. There were a lot of changes made and a lot of moving parts here, so we're almost home.
Okay. So we've got Director Yan's amendment on the table. And should we do a roll call vote on this one?
Yes, please.
Okay. So Director Felt, what say you on the Yan motion? Director Felt?
I'm just confused. I'm sorry.
My recommendation in order to unwind where we, sorry, Director Mitchell, my recommendation to unwind where we are is to vote nay on the amended motion on the table, nay on the underlying motion, and then have a clear path forward to where we are. So Director Yan, do you want to withdraw your motion?
Yes, I will withdraw my motion to amend the main motion. And then we'll have somebody withdraw their second, and then we'll have somebody withdraw the other one.
So I withdraw the second, my second to Director Yan's motion, and then I withdraw the original motion that I made if Director Schwartz is amenable to withdrawing her second.
I withdraw my second.
There we go.
Okay. Thank you. This is very deep into Robert's Rules of Order, and we don't usually have this much of a snafu when we're making our way through voting. So really appreciate all the Robert's Rules of Orders, support out there. Starting over again, staff had rules that they had originally proposed in October. We made several revisions to that rule, conceptual revisions to those rules over the course of the day. Staff made changes in red line in blue to the underlying rules that were originally proposed. We have concern about 6K 2F Remnant 4. So the initial motion that we need is to approve two things. The first is the rules that staff originally proposed as amended by the discussion today, with the exclusion of the language of 6K 2F Romanet 4, and to approve the changes required by the statement of basis and purpose in order to conform to the rule changes.
No. I see a motion from Director Brown and a second from Director Schwartz.
Any discussion was.
Any discussion?
I'm sorry, Director Brown, was your motion different?
I guess I'm confused as to why my motion can't just be all of the changes to the staff recommendation as on the screen currently and the statement of bias, whatever it is. Sorry, I can't remember right now.
Statement of basis and purpose.
Right, statement of basis and purpose. Why can't I just make that motion and we vote? Why do we have to do this in multiple motions? Because you want Director Schwartz to be able to specifically not
handle it separately.
Okay, then I so move Councillor Beatty's motion.
Okay. And Director Schwartz, do I see a second from you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now we have that motion on the table. And Hearing Officer Beatty, what's the next step?
So the next step is an discussion on the motion and an opportunity to revise the motion or amend the motion in order to include Romanet for either the language that was proposed by staff or the language that was proposed by Director Yan.
And I see a comment from Director Yan.
Thank you. Chair Brody, yeah, I'd like to amend the main motion on item, gosh, I forgot it again, K2 Romanet 4, I believe. Is it 6K2 Romanet 4?
6K2F Romanet 4.
To read, do you want me to read that again?
Yes, please.
Okay. Let me scroll up. To read, make best efforts to publish notice of the proposed plan in an appropriate legal newspaper of general circulation in each county in which the loan will be implemented and from which the loan water has been historically used.
Thank you, Director Yan. And I see a second from Director Felt. Is there any further discussion regarding the Yan amendment?
No.
Director Anderson.
I don't see the word legal in the blue on my screen. Notice of the proposed loan in a newspaper. Jim mentioned legal newspaper.
The language is on the screen yet.
So
I have a completely different language than what's shown on the screen.
And Linda, if you're showing your screen, is there a way for you to copy from the chat and drop Director Yan's language into the document as the alternative language?
There may be, but the chat is not accessible to me right now. It keeps fading off my screen and I'm not sure why. I apologize. I am wondering if maybe Vivian Pinelli, who is better at things like this than I am, could do that. Well, actually, now I have the chat. I will give it a try. I'm not sure.
While we're doing that,
I just want to make sure that everyone on the board is aware of what is on the table. So I'd like that language to be clear and in the document.
thank you. I know we've already had discussion on this, but I do want to provide that final opportunity now that we have the motion on the table. Is there any further comment on the proposed amendment?
What's happening here?
And Director Schwartz, I see that you're asking for a roll call vote, which we will do. Director Schwartz, did you have a comment on the proposed amendment?
Thank you. And I was planning during the roll call vote to clarify, I have no issue and absolutely support public notice and, publications of record. My only concern is inserting this into the rulemaking because I feel it goes beyond the statutory language. So, and potential intent. It's a cautionary, but I support the concept, and I think we could do it through the board's actions. But just to be clear as to why I'm taking the position I am.
Thank you for your clarification.
I'm not even able to scroll in the document anymore. So I don't believe I can copy that language. I apologize. I'm trying, but with no purchase.
I have the language. We've read it multiple times. I can read it one more time. Oh,
here we go.
Thank you, whoever did that.
It's the magic editing fairy. I don't think we need to watch the editing. I just wanted to make sure that language was clear in there. I think we can keep the discussion moving. So we have a motion, we have a second, we have an amended motion and a second. And so I think we need to vote on the amended motion.
Okay. And just to clarify, this is a vote specifically on the Yan amendment, as I'm calling it, in perpetuity. So Director Felt. What is your position on the motion to amend?
Aye.
Director Anderson,
Aye.
Director Schwartz, Director Schwartz, you are muted.
Sorry, no.
Thank you. Director Trick,
Yes.
Director Dutton,
Yes.
Director Brown,
Yes.
Director Gibbs,
Yes.
Director Yan, what say you on your motion?
Yes.
And I am also a yes. I believe that is all of the voting members. Is there anyone who I've inadvertently left off? All right, so the motion carries. So now I believe we're at the point of voting on the staff recommendation as amended. Is that correct, Hearing Officer Beatty?
Yes, and I just want to clarify that by staff recommendation, we mean the underlying rules as amended, now including Romanet 4 proposed by Director Yan.
Correct.
So moved.
It's already been moved. Is there any further discussion? All right. This is our hopefully final vote of the day. We'll go through one more time. Director Felt, what say you on the modifications to the in-stream flow rules?
Aye.
Yay. Director Anderson,
Aye.
Director Schwartz, Director Schwartz, you're muted.
My apology. Aye.
Director Trick,
Yes.
Director Dutton,
Yes.
Director Yan,
Yes.
Director Brown,
Yes, both times.
Director Gibbs,
Yes.
and I am also a yes.
That, my friends, is a wrap. So we have rules as changed by the discussion today. Also with language, the on language and amendments to the statement of basis and purpose to support the rules. I will be issuing an order with cleaned up rules and with a cleaned up statement of basis and purpose. I'll try and get that out in the next day or so, and then staff will be able to walk through the pieces after the fact that are required, like requesting an opinion of the Attorney General's office and filing the rules with the Secretary of State. I did want to take a moment to say thank you to everyone for being patient here, and congratulations to the board. This is the board's first rulemaking since 2011, so it's been 10 years since anyone has undertaken this. I think we were all learning from scratch because there were very few folks who were participating in this that were here 10 years ago. And I also wanted to take a moment to give a really huge shout out to the technical team who worked really closely with John Watson on making sure that things went smoothly today, that we were able to share documents and presentations and have a really smooth hearing. So many thanks to Vivian and Viola and Ben Wade, and also to our secret weapon, John Watson. So you all have new rules.
Well, thank you to the entire team and to all of the parties. And thank you to you, especially Hearing Officer Beatty, for guiding us through today. It's been a journey for sure, but we got to the outcome, and congratulations to all. And with that, I think we are ready to adjourn.
Keeping Jem's last meeting entertaining.
You need a motion to adjourn.
Yeah. Somebody want to make a motion? Director Brown. And second from Director Yan. All those in favor of adjourning, please say aye.
Aye.
All the best.
If anyone objects, we don't want to hear it.
Thanks, Jessica, for your
Roll call.
Thank you, Director Brody. Thank you.
Yeah, nice job, Jess.
Thank you all. Have a good evening.